They say once every 24 hours or so, more or less, give or take, depending on the day, a man arrives to separate fact from fiction, truth from fake, and he does it all under one name. Irish Laddie. Hello! How you doing? I hope you're doing well. How long has it been since a politics stream? God, it's been... whew! Years? Maybe? Possibly. It's been a long time. Oh, man. Sorry about the new shirt. It's laundry day today. I got this shirt for Christmas. Look, it says Dungeon Meowster. I got it from my mom. See? Dungeon Meowster. Geronimo Rotor. God damn it. Oh, one moment. Anyway, yeah, it's a nice, cute shirt, very comfy, fits decent. Actually, a month ago it didn't fit too well, so I'm happy to say, we're moving on in, we're moving on up. How y'all doing? So much fun stuff to talk about. So much fun stuff. Why are you not drinking? You're making me look like an alcoholic drinking over here by myself. Sadly, I am alcohol intolerant, my friend. I have not had a drop of alcohol in 3 years. 3.5? It's been a while. Such is life. Did you see the Bubbly Saga last night? No idea what you're referring to. So am I rewatching Avatar The Last Airbender? Why? Wait, it seems like a lot of people are rewatching Avatar The Last Airbender. I rewatched it a few months ago with my partner, whose name is Hyena. Is everyone else doing it? It's on Netflix? Oh, okay, well, I just watched it on, was it on Hulu? Did we just watch it off, a rip site? I'm not entirely sure. But whatever the case is, we saw it again. Such a good show. Such a good show. Guys, I am not kidding you, okay? Listen, I am a fine purveyor of animation. I love me some cartoons. I love me that shit, okay? It's great stuff, all right? Avatar The Last Airbender is a cut above in every conceivable way. That show has stood the test of time. It is 12... Here, I'm going to turn the lights up a little. Bam. 12 goddamn years since that show finished, I think, more or less, and it is still just as good. Holy God, everything about it. The story, the world building, the character development, the animation, the voice acting, the sound mix, it all comes together. It's so good, so many memorable characters. You watch Avatar The Last Airbender once, you're never gonna forget. You're never gonna forget Katara. You're never gonna forget Sokka. You're never gonna forget Aang. You're never gonna forget Zuko and Toph. You're never gonna fucking forget Azula. You're never gonna forget Uncle Iroh, okay? You're never going to forget these characters. You won't. It's impossible. You can't forget them. It's not possible. You can't do it. It's not possible. I'm serious, man. Every show has a weak character. Every show has a weak character. But not The Last Airbender. Every single member of the main roster, every single one of the major characters is a memorable motherfucker, okay? With strong development, with a memorable personality, with a bold character design. The memes from that show have echoed and reverberated across Western canon for over a decade since. My man, okay? My friends, if you haven't watched Avatar The Last Airbender, you gotta, okay? You gotta. Also, I feel like Avatar The Last Airbender is a really good example of how to do progressive media right. Now, mind you, Avatar The Last Airbender came out a little while ago, so we're not talking like everyone's trans and lesbian or whatever. We haven't quite gotten to She-Ra levels of, open progressivism or anything. We haven't hit, Steven Universe wasn't a thing yet. But, I mean, it was still it was a very, very progressive show, I think. The attitudes, I don't want to spoil nothing or anything. Whew. All right. Oh, yeah, we got to get our hair cut. I don't know if I'm going to do it on stream, though. I think I'm just going to have my hair buzzed. There we go. Whew. There we go. Buzzed? Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah. So before we get to content proper, I will be talking at some point in the near future to ContraPoints. So that'll be fun. We're gonna talk with Pog. Indeed, yeah, yes, Pog. Yes. To Natalie, that'll be fun, I imagine. I talked with her a little bit during a recent video game stream. Happy to see that all of us, bread tubers getting together under that shared interest in playing video games. Yeah, because Sean and H Bomber Guy also do their game streams, but they do it on Twitch. Natalie does hers on YouTube. That's how I was able to reach her. So anyway, but before all that, first we're talking to Mexie. You all know Mexie, right? Breadtuber, vegan. You know how it is. No? Well, that's okay. Let's introduce you. And after that, we're going to be talking about Dear Girl from Twitch. Plenty of spicy drama there. And I also want to talk to you a little bit about a little something I'd like to call the Nosbul Vortex. Something I've been alluding to for a little while now. I'd really, really, really like to get to that subject, okay? The Nosbul Vortex, okay? It's coming, all right? It's over the hill. Whew. We got to watch out. Ooh. Yeesh. All right. It's gonna be scary. We got to get there. Is this from last night, Vosh? I don't know. What do you mean? I'm from last night. Mexie has a PhD in political economy and theory. She is a big brain professor. Oh, yeah. Mexie's academic accomplishments easily supersede mine. So we are indeed talking to a brain lord, which is nice, of course. Legend of Korra never gets the recognition it deserves. Oh my god, you guys. You fucking guys. God damn it. No, listen. Legend of Korra is really, really good. What the fuck? Okay. I'll get to all those soon. Legend of Korra is very good. It's just not as consistently legendarily good as Avatar: The Last Airbender. Avatar: The Last Airbender was like a divine anomaly. Like every single element of Avatar: The Last Airbender was like this phenomenal, like it was incredible. Compared to Avatar: The Last Airbender, everything looks like garbage, you know? But I still think Korra was really goddamn good. It had some low points. Second season was nowhere near as strong as first, third, and fourth. I still think it had some really good points. I really do. I don't think Korra was bad. I think people are very hyperbolic when they criticize Korra sometimes. Yeah. Korra, if Avatar's a 10 out of 10, and I would say Avatar's a 10 out of 10 easily, then I would say, yeah, Korra's probably like an 8 out of 10, you know? But it's because the comparison, it's like, fuck, what's a good example? What's a video game example? It's like, no, nothing. You guys aren't gamers. I'm too cool and hip. Oh, yeah, it's like Dark Souls 2. Yeah, Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2. Yeah, no, perfect. You guys are hip enough for that. You can handle that. You can keep up with my jive talk, okay? Dark Souls 2, great game. No, seriously, it's a great game. It's not as good as Dark Souls 1, though. That's why people's expectations were so high, you know? They kerplunked. But still a great game. Really is. I replayed it on stream. It's great. Feels great. All right, no more delaying. And we are delaying right now. Yo?
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, hi.
Howdy.
Am I on?
Yes, you are on. Well, you're audible right now. I'll get video on in just a second. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing pretty wonderfully. Thank you very much for coming on.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me on. I guess I'll just try and open, because I can't see you right now. I'm just seeing my face.
Yeah, I can't. If I run the camera through Discord, it's going to freeze my main camera because I don't have an auxiliary one. So yeah, I'll just I'm sitting. I'll describe myself. I'm sitting in a chair. I'm wearing a shirt. My hair's a little wet from the shower. That's kind of the vibe going on right now.
Well, I'll just bring it up so that I can see you, because it feels weird talking to like my own face.
That works too. All right, hold on. Let me get the thing going. How's your day going so far? You're on the East Coast, right? So your day has actually started, whereas I'm still waking up.
Yeah, so I'm in Toronto. My day's been going all right. I had to go get some groceries, so that was always, it's always a struggle going out and getting groceries right now. So
Yeah.
yeah, that was mainly my morning.
You're
And then I
not
just filmed something else.
you're not American?
Not American.
Ooh.
No.
All right. All right. We're starting off the conversation on a bad foot, but that's okay. We'll pick it up from there.
Hmm.
All right. So I've known about you for a while. You're the vegan video. I know everyone has seen the vegan video because it's got quite a
Hmm.
few views. It's a phenomenal video. And I think it encapsulated so many of the issues I had arguing with vegans, which is something that I do all the time, unfortunately. And yeah, I guess I'd seen you on Twitter, and when usually, I think within this like online left-leaning sphere, when you don't follow a person, it's like saying you hate them. That's the gist that I get. So usually when I'm large enough now that when there are left-leaning people online, other content creators, and they don't follow me, I can assume like, okay, there's probably a reason for that. And we talked a little
Hmm.
bit, I think, for the first time a few days ago, and I guess I was interested in asking like what's your broader impression of me, like what's your history with knowing about me up until this point, I guess.
Yeah, so the history of knowing about you. I guess I first heard about you from my partner, who this was a while ago, was like, "Oh, you should check out Vosh's stuff. He's doing some good work, debating Nazis, things like that." But I don't really watch streams. I don't really watch debates or anything like that. So I was like,
Good.
"Yeah, all right, that's cool." I saw some clips of what you're doing. I was like, "All right, neat." And then I followed you on Twitter at that point. And I was like, babe, like, I don't know. His Twitter presence is a little bit strange, right? Because at that time it was really like, I don't know. It seemed like I understood like you were kind of making this persona of like, I'm the bad guy of the left. Like I don't play by the rules, right? Like I don't apologize for my language. And like, I don't know. It just seemed like you're kind of building up that kind of persona for yourself.
It
Um,
sounds juvenile when you put it that way, but I mean, yeah, no, I'll take my punches, yeah, pretty much.
yeah, right. So it was like, okay, yeah, I see that. But then on the other hand, it was also like, I felt this real desire of like, oh, like, well, why doesn't the left embrace me? Like, why, whatever. But then simultaneously being like, oh, but they're too, I don't know, sensitive for me. They just take things way too seriously. Like they're too much, whatever, right? So I was like, okay, that's kind of probably not gonna end too well. And then soon after that was the thought slime incident,
Mm.
um, and then the stream after that. And yeah, I
Yeah, it was
guess
a
at
good
that point
time.
I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna dip right now. And so that's kind of when I dipped off the Twitter. And then because I don't watch streams, I was just kind of like, yeah, whatever, he's out there doing his thing. And I never really thought, oh, this is necessarily bad. But then, my impression, I guess, and I think a lot of the issue that people have is mostly with Twitter. And I want to talk a bit about like audience today
Mhm.
and things like that. But yeah, I mean, I saw other people having some like not great experiences, and I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna, I guess, not engage. And then I started engaging just now, so
Yeah,
here I am.
you're gonna have to forgive me. I apologize if I sound flippant. I genuinely have a really bad memory. The context in which we spoke to a few days ago with one another, that was following the Black nationalism drama, correct? I
Yes.
think, okay, right. I just want to make sure. As far as I'm concerned, that's settled. I talked to some folks off Twitter, so I think that particular wave of drama has been more or less quelled, which is good because it didn't make for good conversation anyway. But yeah, I guess it's funny to me that I guess that would be like the incendiary incident that would lead to us talking. But I'm happy about that. I find that my job is a lot easier when people on the left don't fucking despise me. So it does, I think embolden me slightly. So you wanted to talk about audiences, yes?
Yeah, so I guess I just wanted to talk a bit because I mean everyone's obviously sick of the whole like, okay, here's the SJW Twitter and here's the dirtbag Twitter, or not Twitter creators or whatever. Um, And yeah, I just felt like if, because you still talk about like, I want to kind of reconcile with the left, or I've seen that. Or, you said like, oh, it's frustrating when people on the left like don't respect me. Because I think there is kind of a discourse out there that debate me bros or whatever aren't really doing anything for the left,
Mhm.
and that it's actually more of a harm than good. And I don't really think that necessarily, but I guess I just wanted to talk a bit about like what I think could be the issue for a lot of people, and like where we could maybe, find some inroads to make things better. Um, and yeah, I'm glad you did bring up the Black nationalism thing, because I guess my biggest concern in coming on this stream was, like upsetting a lot of my Black comrades who were like very upset by all of that. Um, but I think, yeah, I mean, I think that's even like a good example of like ways in which like the flex could be improved like within the left. But I'm glad that you like talked to people offline and settled a lot of
Yeah,
that anyway.
we can agree on that, I hope. If nothing else, even if there are
Mm-hmm.
differences in our rhetorical strategies, I'm sure we can agree that this guilt by association nonsense is probably not very productive for our discourse. The idea that like even the act of talking with me, because I know this, for example, I don't know, do you
Mm-hmm.
know who Lumi Rue is by chance?
No.
Lumiru, they're a wonderful, wonderful, very wholesome, very positive content creator on Twitch. They're obscenely, it's actually, as a fairly edgy person myself, it's actually offensive to me how wholesome that they are. And
Mm-hmm.
the most of the political backlash that they've gotten over the course of their Twitch career has just been because they've talked with me, even
Mm-hmm.
though they came on to disagree with me about how I approach my rhetoric. And I think that attitude, not only is it really, really counterproductive, I think it actually dissuades any kind of bridge building or union building between people with different ideas of what the left should be, because some people are like, even the effort of reaching out is something that is getting punished.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, I agree with that. I don't think people will be mad at me for talking to you, but I guess I wouldn't want to like talk to you, but kind of like skim over those things and kind of just make it like, okay, that doesn't matter. But anyway, yeah, I agree. So yeah, I guess because a lot of people on the left, I think they are hesitant to talk to you. I mean, I've seen a lot of the flex within the left also being like, people are too cowardly to talk to Vosh. Like,
Beta. Beta
yeah,
males.
right. If they actually had real arguments, and they would go on the stream and debate him, but like they're not, whatever. I think actually recently, because yeah, the tweet that you posted, that because I tweeted, Lottie Blix had tweeted something, that I had replied
Mhm.
something, which I apologize for. Like that, I try to let everyone come into contact with, my higher self, and that was an example of not that really. But I think I posted that because I was frustrated, because I had seen you post something about like, oh, all these leftists. They're vague posting about me, like why don't they call me out by name, and why don't they like come on and debate and whatever, right? And I was just like, all right.
I get my frustration. For one, I totally sympathize with the other side on this, because I recognize on two sides. First of all, debate is not the only way to communicate ideas. The idea that it's like Ben Shapiro, he's like, I'll pay any amount of money to debate AOC. Like, it's this annoying, like nasally, like, please acknowledge me with your I totally understand how that's like fucking obnoxious. But on the other hand, I guess my main contention is that this is the medium through which I communicate. I mean, the live debate format.
Mhm.
It's my job, so this is how I like talking to people. And my irritation is I feel like so many people take pot shots at me. But they don't ever want to talk about it. And when I want to talk about it with them, I don't want to bring them on here to epically disarm them with my rhetorical skill. I mostly just want to talk about the ideas that they have. I feel like it makes, I don't know, the discourse a lot less toxic. But I think a
Mhm.
lot of people assume that when I bring them on, I'm going to treat them the way that I treat Nazis. And I'm going to be
Mhm.
like, all right, we've laid out the presuppositional arguments. I prepared a 53-point dissection of everything you believe, and we're going to
Mhm.
go over it one by one. And I get why they'd want to avoid that. But
Mhm.
now I feel like I'm fighting against ghosts. Because if people disagree with my ideas and I call them out directly, I'm seen as the bully, even though I feel they prompted it by vague posting about me to begin with.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I can understand that as well. I guess, yeah, I guess that, in those situations, I mean, like if the issue is that they feel like you've done something harmful and they're like upset by that, then like I think of course they don't really want to come on a stream in front of like thousands of people, like 60,000 people are going to watch this, and then have it be like you potentially coming up with a bunch of reasons why like it's justified and they're wrong to feel like, what I mean, like for people like that, I feel like they just don't want to do that. But I do understand the frustration of just feeling like people don't want to talk to you. And I think that part of that comes from maybe the flex, like the whole flex of like, oh, people are cowardly if they don't want to debate. And it's not just you who's perpetuating that. I think a lot of that is like your audience, which we'll get to. But yeah, I mean, people, if maybe they just want to talk to you like personally, right? Like behind closed doors. But they feel like the only option is like a stream in front of thousands and thousands of people, or they're like a spineless coward that, shouldn't be taken seriously or whatever. Right. So anyway, let's move on to audience. Cause this is what I think is like kind of the biggest issue.
Before we jump to that, is there one thing I could ask you? Cause I'm interested in your opinion.
Sure.
By nature of the content that I do, I have to be contentious. It's like it is. I mean, it's as much a part of my content as like an academic veneer or like an academic presentation of ideas as to yours. It's essential to what I do. So I like talking with people who disagree with me. If I feel as though there are people who are aggressively and sometimes even in bad faith from the left condemning what I do or misrepresenting my positions, what alternative do I really have other than to say like, hey buddy, do you want to come on stream and debate it? Are you suggesting that I say like, hey, do you want to DM and talk about this privately, or that I should try to come off as like a more amicably?
I mean, I think you could like DM them and talk about it privately. I think maybe you could maybe work a bit on having that flex of like, everyone's scared of me, I destroy everybody, like whatever, having that be towards the right. But then for leftists, like posting about like, why don't they name me by name? Like, come on my stream or whatever. Like that is kind of, I don't know, aggressive and confrontational, and people might feel like this isn't really something that you really want to talk about openly and earnestly with humility, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, I think some of these people engage in open bad faith, and I don't think they're much interested in discussing or resolving differences, more so in just shit talking me, at which point I feel like I have fair pass to do what I want with them. But it's hard to tell who's like sincere and not, I have no fucking idea who's lying anymore online. I have no clue. I don't know if Sean's bad faith on Twitter. I don't know, like Thought Slime. I have no fucking idea. I don't know who's actually engaging in good faith.
Yeah. Well, I think most people are like in their mind engaging in good faith. I think that there's a lot of obviously like miscommunication online, and people's, real intents can be, I guess, lost in the noise. But so just okay, so moving into the
I'm not trying to put you out. Go ahead.
No, because I think this actually relates to your question of like, what can I do? Because I think that another reason why people are hesitant to talk to you is because like and I want to make clear that, the vast majority of your audience is probably super awesome. Like I'm probably just talking about like a couple hundred like reply guys on Twitter, and like Twitter is a shithole anyway, but like that's where people's impressions are formed of you, I think. For people who aren't like watching the stream or whatever, because like I know a lot of people who watch your content, watch my content, watch like whatever, all kinds of content, and like they're all cool. But because people do kind of take shots at like, oh, the debate bro culture, and say this is not useful. This is bringing just like right-wing people into the left, and then like they're harassing people. And I don't think that's true. Like if we can think about, the right to far right pipeline, I think there could be a similar, like, I don't know, centrist or right to left pipeline where people come into contact with people like you first and then kind of move forward. And that's what people have said to me a lot, right? It's like, people come in contact with Vosh or with whoever, and then they come into the left, and then they consume your content, and then they kind of move into the more like quote unquote softy left.
Yeah, the more orthodox left-leaning people, which, by the way, is a process I'm totally fine with. I don't like the idea that I'm any less left-leaning than the orthodox left-leaning people. I know my views are pretty radical by anyone's standards. I'm not like Kyle Kalinske, for example. But I like being a part of that process. I like being the what's that net you do that you grab like the fried chicken or something from the oil or whatever. I like being the one to catch all the crispy little like alt-righters and conservatives and stuff. I like bringing them up and pulling them into the left. I think it's a really useful part of the process.
Yeah, I think it's really useful too, but I think what's happening for some people is like they're coming into the net and they're maybe getting like stuck in a certain place, and then like not actually continuing through the funnel. And then people are seeing those people and interacting with them and then being like, oh, fuck these debate bros. Like all they're bringing in is these toxic people into the space that are like harassing us, and like they're not doing anything to, show an example for them and kind of give them the tools to interact in the space in a way that's more productive.
Where in the pipeline are they? What are the political characteristics of this group of people you're describing?
That like maybe they're interested in more left-leaning like economic policy or things like that. Maybe they're even into maybe anti-racism or whatever, like something, but they're still very I think attached to like patriarchy or like patriarchal modes of like dominating other people. They're still attached to, I don't know, maybe different forms of oppression that they are exhibiting towards other people or like ignorant to. And I think part of that is that like the debate me bro culture, like we have that in like all movements, right? Like we have vegan debate me.
Oh yeah, we do. A pretty prominent collection of them at that.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But I mean, that's not a great example because those people are like objectively reactionary. But, there's people who do argue, oh, but they're bringing people into the vegan movement. And like, if I even engage with something that like Vegan Gain says or whatever, right, my inbox is full of like the most violent, misogynist, like rape thready kind of bullshit. Right. Yeah. But I'm not supposed to say anything about that, because this is all just for the animals, right?
This is the question that I have, though. I think it's that this is a characterization of my audience that I hear a lot, but I don't think I've ever seen any evidence over it. I know it's difficult to gather evidence because there are no peer-reviewed studies on the political disposition of YouTube audiences. But when I look at like my chat or my Twitter replies or like my like Discord or whatever, these are usually like queer trans horny posters for the most part. I don't really see this like contingent of, there are edgy people, sure, but these like aggressively toxic people, I just don't really like see them. The rule in my community is edgy, but no edgier than me. I'm the threshold. You get to be a better person than me, or you don't get to be in the community, which I think is a good like litmus test. It's a decent metric. But when people say like they get caught in the pipeline, I don't really think I have this collection of people who follow me who are like in on the economic arguments, but they're still like deeply patriarchal, I guess. I just don't really see that, so I don't know where that's coming from.
Well, I mean, they're probably not replying to you in ways that are like offensive or oppressive or whatever, but like they are replying to other people and doing that. And like I said, like this is like the vast majority of your audience, I think, is awesome. And I think that they know what's up. Like they're empathetic people. They're just interested in like seeing a good debate and hearing good arguments and being armed with those arguments. But there's just, and there's something about like the debate me kind of format that produces these kinds of reply guys. And like, I'm just like, they're not doing you any favors, So I feel like if we can maybe work on this and maybe like setting example for people like that, then a lot of people would have a lot less reason to feel like I don't want to engage with Vosh, you know?
I don't know if I can trust other people's account or characterization of those members of my audience because I don't trust their characterizations of me. There are a lot of people who still think that I'm like this really like reactionary, edgy, like Nazbol debate bro. And if people think that of me in spite of all the contrary evidence of my content, I don't know how I can trust them to reasonably like characterize those members of my audience. What if all these debate bro types on Twitter are just other people like me who are genuinely progressive but are sick and tired of all of the hyper performative, sensitivity on the Twitter left? I don't like I don't really know. I can't tell. If I had to take a guess, there are definitely people in my audience who fucking suck. I think that's probably a reasonable guess given the size of my audience. And they probably do take a lot of that toxic debate bro shit along with them. But I don't know I don't know if like that's like 10 people or if that's 100, or I don't know like how many of these people who are said to suck are actually just like me, in which case they're based and awesome. And if that's the case, if there are like the sensitive types on Twitter who take issue with those people, I would argue like, no, fuck you guys. You're the ones who need to change. Because I would argue the sensitive types on Twitter have been actively holding the left back for a long time, and that some change is needed, even if it hurts for them a little bit.
Well, I mean, again, like maybe you're not seeing it. Like I'm seeing a lot of people who are being, it's if you would go out on Twitter and call people like mentally ill, like disabled, pathetic, like whatever.
Yeah, it was just the one time. Okay, we've gotten better since. Hey, listen, that was just the one time. All right, we've all said we've all gone on Twitter and called everyone else mentally ill, degenerate, pathetic people. Okay, we've all done that at least once.
I mean, maybe, but like, if it happens a lot, I think what the issue is that I think the debate me bro kind of culture, it really, I think it creates people who have, pretty strong parasocial relationships with the debater, like more so than other content creators. Yeah, I mean, I think if people are coming in from the right, and like they're into this kind of like debate me, like I'm right, you're wrong, like we're gonna whatever, because a lot of the debate me people on the right, like Sargon or whatever, they don't make any sense, right?
Oh, they're fucking insane. Yeah, absolutely, and their audiences are too.
Yeah, but what does a person like that give their audience, especially like the people on the far right who are really entrenched in this like toxic masculinity? Like it gives them the sense of being right. It gives them the sense of like I'm on the right side, and I'm gonna watch like my champion basically like emasculate other people, and that's what it's all like, right? Like it's just like
yeah, fuck yeah, absolutely.
It's like people trying to emasculate each other, or assert their masculinity through these performative displays of their intellectual superiority. And so yeah, like people become kind of like attached to that, because what could be more emasculating or embarrassing than either losing a debate or running scared from a debate
to
like
a man bun soy boy, if nothing else. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Yeah, I think it's dirty business. I could never have a community as clean as somebody like say Sean's, for example. Because just occasionally producing like really really well researched, measured content, I don't think that's ever going to beget a community that forms the same type of like destructively parasocial interest that you could get from streaming every single day, doing debates basically every single day, and building up this sense of confidence, maybe in some cases unearned confidence on the part of my audience. I just don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. I guess if I have to choose like an archetype, I would say like the debate bro is infinitely more productive in terms of bringing about political goals than like the really sensitive type on Twitter, I feel like those groups of people aren't actually interested in building leftism. They're more interested in preserving a space where they feel comfortable. But I would make the argument they can do that under my wing, while me and my angry as fuck followers actually carve out a space in the world for people like them to exist. Because I can do that job 1,000 times better than any number of like performatively sensitive people on Twitter.
So, I mean, I guess I would disagree. Like, I don't think I think we're both doing like equally good work.
Yeah. You are absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I don't think even like the more like quote unquote sensitive people on Twitter, like I don't think that they are, not actually, producing people or producing political people who are like to have political goals. I don't know what I'm saying. Because, you know, like bringing people in from the right, like, and if they do maintain this kind of like, you know, debate me bro posture with people that they're interacting with, like you cannot take that, like you can't actually go out into a political organizing space with that kind of bravado or machismo. Like you can't do it. You know, it does not work. You know, I've been in so many leftist spaces that, you know, even with people who don't consider themselves that way, you know, like it takes so much fucking emotional sensitivity and maturity to go through like accountability processes with your comrades or like whatever. I've had so many leftist spaces like, you know, fall apart because people weren't up to that task, weren't able to really, you know, deal interpersonally in a great way with each other. And then like for most of the organizing that's actually doing stuff like tenant organizing, labor organizing, community organizing, like this is all being led by like racialized mothers, you know. So you're not walking into that space with like any chip on your shoulder. You're extremely humble. Like there's just no room for like machismo and bravado in those spaces. So
I want to say I completely agree with that. I would just want to distinguish between political efficacy in real life and political efficacy online. As we know, people like Sargon of Akkad, Count Dankula, Styx Hexenhammer, whatever, these people would be utterly ineffective in real world politics, and we know that because they tried. But on YouTube, they have been extraordinarily effective in bringing literally millions of human beings over to reactionary politics. So I would say, like, listen, I do all my stuff online, okay? I'm not going outside, baby. But if I'm here on YouTube, like, that's I think where I'm like an effective political interlocutor. And when I'm in that space, I feel as though the sensitive types are an active detriment because we don't really see them on the right that much. That's the nice thing about being a reactionary, right? If you're a reactionary YouTuber, you know your fan base is going to largely consist of white boy incels who are ready to die for the cause at any given moment because they have nothing going on in their lives. It's really effective for them politically. That's why they organize so much harassment and doxing, because they know all of their fans have nothing else in life to distract them. I think that kind of passion is really effective at online radicalization. While I'm not trying to exactly replicate that vibe, I do think that the way in which I engage with the community is especially effective in that sense, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's not effective in bringing people in, and I do think that like education and you know, propaganda is vitally important. Like that's obviously a major step in what we're doing. I guess I would contend that, you know, the people who are the quote unquote sensitive leftists, and like I don't even know, like if I'm not a sensitive leftist, then I don't even know like what you're
I
talking
don't know.
about.
Are you?
Well, if I am, then yeah, like then I would just debate that, you know, the usefulness of what I like. It's not like sensitive leftists are part of the problem, or they're not actually doing work that's being politically effective, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like people like, you know, people like me, I'm like actually bringing people in, and you know, I bring people even from the right in, like maybe not as much as you do, but like I do bring them in.
I want to clarify. When I say sensitive
yeah.
people, I mean like followers, not content creators. I don't usually attack content creators, even if I feel their content is sensitive, with few exceptions. But yeah, the work that you do, I think is valuable. I wouldn't discredit it.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about creators.
Oh, my apologies. I should have clarified. No, I mean like the I guess the normies are like the randos of Twitter. That's what really bugs me. And also a few people like Thought Slime, for example, I would consider to be a ringleader of that particular type of content, which really bugs me. But I think that's it for the most part.
Well, again, I mean, I think Thought Slime's doing really, really great work. And I think that, you know, I think that this line that's being drawn between like the soft and sensitive lefties and like the strong and like, you know, not weak lefties, that like, I think the line being drawn is the thing that's really problematic. And I think that we could do better at, I guess, like moving people through the pipeline in ways that, that don't lead to a lot of people being harassed and then feeling like, you know, this sucks, right? Because the goal isn't just economic, you know, better economic policy. Like the goal is total liberation, right? So like the goal is to actually like, we need to question actually the roots of patriarchy and like that's as a system of oppression and like what power that gives certain people, and especially like, men, I guess.
I don't really.
So
I do talk about social issues for about 90% of my content, though. If anything, people
yeah.
criticize me that economically I don't talk. I don't talk enough about revolutionary politics or Marxian economics or what have you. But when it comes to like feminist or trans issues or race issues or what have you, I feel like that's the bulk of my content. But I'd pose this question. I'd pose this question to you then, like if seeing it from my perspective. So it is undeniable that there's always going to be some portion of my viewer base that's fairly toxic. Like I mean, yeah, okay, whatever. Can't control everyone. With that being said, I often feel like I'm trying to argue with these conservatives and fascists and Nazis all the time, and I'm always getting like pot shots are taken at me from the back. Every time I name search myself on Twitter, which you should never do, the top lists are always people talking about how I'm a problematic, Nazbol, hates trans people, hates black people, like the whole rundown. You know, it's always from somebody with some fucking pit crew avatar with, 72 followers and whose entire feed is like retweeted She-Ra fan art, okay? And God bless them, let them live their lives, all right? Love it. She-Ra, fun show. But holy shit, can I get like a fucking break cut for me for a moment? I feel like all the work I do and all the research I do off stream, like all of this is like anti-Nazi praxis. And then I wake up and most of the shit that I get is people who think like I should do it, but be nicer about it. And I don't really know what to do with that. I can't do what I do while adopting the same type of performative sensitivity that a lot of other people have come to expect from the left. That's why I can do what I do. That's why people like Sean and Contra don't do debates, because it's impossible for them to maintain that decorum in environments with some of the people that we're trying to fight against. So it's just a cost of doing business. I don't know what to do with that, really.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it wouldn't be so, I think people wouldn't really have as much of an issue, like if you're just doing that with the right. I think people don't really like seeing that kind of a flex towards people on the left. And I mean, like other content creators.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that, it's great that you're like bringing people through the door or whatever, and then here they are. I just think that once they're through the door, because like they respect you so much, like they really do have like, parasocial relationships with you.
No
And like
denying it.
like a lot of people are very personally invested in like Vosh being right, and they will like take that to the rest of the Twitter sphere and be like, whatever. Like if I have a disagreement with like American Johnson, like I'm not gonna get like a bunch of people being like, oh yeah, well like you don't even know like how great EJ is and like he would destroy you, like go on his stream, or you know what I mean? Like there wouldn't be like
what kind
a
of
ton
disagreements do you have with American Johnson? Because my disagreements aren't people on Twitter kindly correcting me on something. My disagreements are where people insinuate that I'm a Nazbol because of the way I approach my content. That's the issue I have. If people approached me in good faith, like I'll happily talk with them in private, but I feel like a lot of people's criticism towards me are insane. It makes it really difficult for me to feel as though there's any response other than to just challenge them, because I consider these people to be doing a detriment to their left.
Are you talking about content creators think you're Nazbols?
There have been some insinuate to that effect. Yeah, people like American Johnson, Thought Slime. What was the person that you just said? Lottie Blix. They tweet about that shit a lot. There were the Black Nationalism Arc got a bunch of people out of the woodworks making those same basic accusations, though I don't know how many of them are content creators. Also, the optics of arguing with black people over their ideas on racism being stupid isn't really that good, even if I think they're wrong. But yeah. So that's just an optical consideration. But I don't care. I mean, I'll bring trans people onto the stream and tell them their ideas are fucking stupid. Like I don't care. If anyone has a good idea, they should be able to like defend it in an environment where it's being challenged. I think by somebody like me. If their ideas are good, they should be able to prove that to me.
Well,
I just don't know what to do with these types,
I mean, just on that, like, yes, people should be able to prove it. But like, if you're talking to like a black person about their ideas on racism or like their own experience or whatever, you don't have to like flex as if like what I'm saying is right and when you're saying is wrong, where like it can be like this is my personal opinion and like I don't have experience with this, so like.
But I do. I'm a sociology major. Nah, fuck them. They're wrong. Yeah, a lot of black people have some stupid fucking opinions on race. Yeah, absolutely. Fuck these people. I've seen people defend fucking Candace Owens lately. What was that thing that what's her name? That black lady. Come on, guys. She defended Candace Owens. Cat Black. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She said she'd rather talk about race issues with Candace fucking Owens. Candace Hitler wasn't a nationalist Owens over a white guy or something like that. What am I supposed to do with these? I'm not going to politely, here's my opinion on your nah, fuck that. Absolutely not. These people are stupid. I'll bring them on. I'll
No.
tear them down like any conservative. Their ideas are harmful to the left.
If you're talking about conservatives, like, fine, but I don't think, like, I think there was a recent, like, you were talking about, somebody posted this thread, you were talking about, like, voting for Biden or whatever, and you were like, it's going to harm marginalized communities, and then, like, the person was like, I'm black, like, this is not our guy or whatever, but then you were just like, no, that's stupid, like,
Yeah.
you don't represent black people or whatever, but it's like, you don't represent black people.
No, I don't. I represent good ideas. I don't think anyone represents their demographic. I just have my own ideas. But like, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, if a black person's like, fuck that, we're not riding with, like, okay, sure, come on, talk with me about it, you know? I don't, this is one of the things that I think is detrimental to our ability to convince other people. This idea that fundamentally, like, your demographic orientation in any way bears like an effect on the arguments that you make. That liberal
but I mean,
impulse
like,
thing.
this, like this happened to me, like, recently. Like, I was like standing for Bernie. I was like out there doing this stuff, and then some black comrades of mine were like, hey, like, this actually, like, we're not voting, and like, this is why. And like, indigenous comrades were like, yeah, we're not down with this, and this is why. And at first, admittedly, I responded like embarrassingly poorly to this like very gentle call in, because I was just like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, obviously this is tactically way better, blah blah blah. But anyway, like, after some discussion, I was just like, yeah, like, if I'm saying like I'm doing this for you, and then people from that community are like, look, like, it's not going to make a difference to us, like, us under Obama versus us under Trump, like,
Yeah, that's stupid. That was stupid of them. You were swayed by a bad argument. I don't care how black-pilled these lefty indigenous folks are. They're still factually wrong on this. Yeah, bring them on my stream. I'll talk with them about it. Yeah, I'll bring them over, or I'll make them look bad in the process. I hate these people. I do. Just so you know, I'm not trying to be like performatively cruel here or anything like that. But this is exactly what I mean. This is people who are so. I'm not trying to impugn you here. This is people who are so sensitive of the idea of talking over a black person that they will let black people like have bad ideas that hurt the world, and then they'll step back like, it's not my place to criticize. Yeah, it is. I mean, maybe you're not American. I'm an American. Like, I live in this country. I'm not going to let anyone get in the way of me trying to make this country a better place, even if they're a different skin color than I am.
Yeah, but if you're saying I'm doing this for your community, and they're like, bro, it does not matter. My community is going to be just as fucked with a Biden presidency as a Trump presidency. Like, I'm voting my conscience. You can't be like, you're fucked, you're stupid, shut up, that's wrong.
Well, I would make a better argument than that, I think. But no, the sentiment would be basically the same. Yeah, I don't think they're representatives of their community. If they want to make the country a worse place, they can go sit in the dipshit corner over there while I try to bring together the rest of America. But yeah, I don't know.
Like, obviously nobody wants to, like, obviously they're not going to come on your stream if like this is your flex,
Well, it's not.
You're not being like, it is a flex, because you're not like, hey, let's actually talk about this, and I really want to understand your position, and I really want to understand why you don't want to vote for Biden and whatever. Like, I wouldn't vote for fucking Biden if I was in the States.
Okay, wait, but then I would argue with you on that too. But I'm not trying to flex, though. If they're wrong, I would talk about it with them. But when I argue with
they're not wrong. It's their position.
Okay.
You can say, like, my position is that I think that this would be better, and I think that tactically this is better to make the world better. But you can't say, like, your position is wrong. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you something, like, out of curiosity?
Yeah.
Okay, Morgan Freeman famously once said in an interview that in order to address racism in the United States of America, we just need to stop talking about it. That's what Morgan Freeman said. I forget the exact context of the interview. If you were the interviewer and a black guy, Morgan Freeman, respectable black man, said to you, in order to fix racism, I think we need to stop talking about it, what would you say to him? If you're on a public platform, millions of people are going to watch this interview. What do you say in response to that?
The big difference between like this example that you're trying to give here is that Morgan Freeman is like a millionaire, right? Like, he's not actually facing racism in the sense that he's not facing, like, white supremacy is a material structure. It's a material economic structure that affects people. So if he is, he's largely not being affected by structural oppression.
What about a regular black person then? Let's say you're like a Vice interviewer and you're doing like a big piece on like racism in America, and you're doing a sit down with some like regular guy. He grew up in the Bronx. Had a family income of $23,000 a year, and he makes that same claim to you.
Like that person, you know, like I would just not really know what to say, I guess, in that position. But like the majority of the black community that is left and that is, you know, that is actually struggling under white supremacy as a structure. If you know, the majority of that community is saying one thing, like, I think we should listen to them. And even if I think that that person is wrong,
What
I
about
can
that
say,
one guy
like,
though?
Like, who cares about that one guy?
Well, millions of people are going to watch that interview. You're a public figure in this context, in this hypothetical. So, like, in that context, like, what would you say? Because Morgan Freeman's little tidbit there has been used as an excuse for years after for people to say, "Oh, you want to get rid of racism? Just don't talk about it." So, if you leave that unchallenged, people are going to take that and run with it.
Yeah, but what you're talking about challenging is like somebody not wanting to vote for Biden. That's like completely different, you know? It's like they can be right about that, and you can also have your opinion about that. It doesn't have to be like, I'm right, you're wrong.
Wait, but you could say the same thing about fixing
this.
racism. Yeah. So their opinion is that the best way to fix racism isn't to talk about it. The best way for you would probably be like systemically like dismantling racism. But you have to challenge them on that, even if they're black, or millions of people are going to run with their arguments and say, "Hey, look, the black guy said like we can get away with this. You know, we don't have to talk about racism."
I wouldn't say you're stupid, I'm right, you're wrong. I would say you know, maybe my voice isn't the one that's like super important here. So here are some like important black activists who are saying this other thing, and maybe you should consider looking at this, you know?
Well, the majority of the black community voted for Biden in the primaries, like the vast majority. So wouldn't you make that same argument to the black people that you were working with back in protests? Wouldn't you say, like, you could say that to them, like, hey, the vast majority of black people seem to be voting for Biden, so couldn't we use that as an argument then to, like, move them on that?
Well, a lot of people are voting for Biden because, like, A, of what the DNC did, B, because of the name recognition with Obama and everything.
Wait, you're weaseling, though.
No, you're weaseling.
No, you're trying to find an excuse for how you wouldn't feel comfortable critiquing their bad opinions in one respect, but in another respect, you do have the right to do that. Why can't we just say it doesn't matter what their skin color is? Let's challenge their ideas if we disagree with them.
What I'm saying is that if you're not from a community and you don't have that experience, and someone's trying to explain their experience to you, like in good faith, as a leftist trying to explain their experience to you and why it doesn't matter to them and why they don't want to reward the DNC by voting for Biden, and you're saying that this is a stupid idea, you know, this is a very different thing. Like, you're just trying to excuse doing that. All I'm saying is, like, all you had to do in that situation was be like, look, tactically, or like my position is this, and like your position is that, but not like, you're stupid, I'm going to debate you until you admit that you're wrong.
Well, I can disagree with them, though, and I can challenge their opinions and try to move them over, right? I mean, I'm not literally saying I'd walk up to them and like slap a notebook out of their hand, be like, "You're dumb, let's talk." Like, like obviously, if I'm trying to change their minds, I would engage with their ideas. I just don't think that a person's skin color gives them like carte blanche permission to just ignore contrary arguments when it comes to the efficacy or the morality of their behavior.
I'm not saying that either. But what I'm saying is that, like, you shouldn't be, if you're speaking for a community and they're trying to speak back and you're like, you're stupid, that like maybe your voice isn't the most necessary in this conversation.
Well, if I'm right, then my voice is, and they would be wrong in that context, so it would be. I mean, if we're just talking about optics,
this is the fact I'm talking about. Like, you're just assuming like I'm right.
Well, because I can defend my ideas, yeah. Every time I have a Bernie or Buster type person up here, like, they get eviscerated. And it's going to keep happening as we get closer and closer to the actual election. The reason for these are, like, Kyle Kalinske wouldn't even debate me on this because he knew he would lose. Like, this isn't like a flex thing. This would be like people, like, to me, well, to me, what you're saying, like, from my perspective, this would be like you saying, like, dude, racism in America is over. Obama has been elected president. And I'm like, what? That's fucking stupid. And you're saying, whoa, hold on, cut the flex. Like, this is an idea and people's experiences are on the line here. Like, to me, this is a fairly indefensible point. But
like, no, for most people, like, between Trump and Biden, they're not going to see much of a difference. And they, like, you know, they saw what happened. They're not wrong. They're not going to see a difference. Like that's their experience.
But I don't care
And
what they
so
see, though. I care what actually is real in the material world. I don't care what they see. People are
I'm
stupid.
saying, like, no, this is what's happening materially in the world. Like, they're not going to feel much of a difference, right? And like, after seeing what the DNC did, people are like, I'm not going to reward this. I'm not voting for a racist and a sexist and a misogynist. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to vote for someone who's like a literal rapist.
So they're
I'm
going
not
to
gonna
let a
vote for
worse
somebody.
racist, a worse sexist, and a worse rapist get into office.
Well, you know what? If Biden got into office, he would probably do most of the same shit, but everyone would be looking
Are
away.
we really gonna get
Everyone would be
okay?
doing away.
If you actually want to get into this, you are going to this argument is going to go very poorly for you. I have literally like mountains of evidence. This is an indefensible point. While Biden, we can't argue that Biden is like a good politician. I would never make that claim. It is undeniable that Biden is preferable to Trump in every material circumstance. Economically, when it comes to alleviating student loans up to a certain amount or allowing people free 2 years of college, to the public option program, which is infinitely superior to what Trump has proposed, to being able to appoint Supreme Court justices who aren't going to be literal fucking white supremacists, which we're probably going to get from Trump. We're going to have a 2-7 court for the next 40 years if we don't, to all the lower justice cabinet appointments that he can appoint, to all the social positions that he's advocated for, up to and including an advocacy for reparations, up to and including Bernie's delegates in the cabinet and allowing Bernie to make concessions for the like I could literally like this is not an arguable point. This is material reality. You might as well argue flat Earth. I'd be worse at that argument defending like round Earth against you.
Honestly, like we will see. Like I am really not convinced that he will actually like make better picks in any of these situations. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens materially for people. But you know,
Yeah, I guess it's just, I don't know, frustrating. I guess I've got a lot of trans people in my community. I don't like the idea that they're all going to like literally fucking die if they're like continue to exist in a regime that denies their existence. I don't know, like it's just a personal opinion of mine. But
I mean, obviously, but
yeah.
like if people are like, I'm not, you know what I mean? Like it's not the right answer, the wrong answer. I just feel like that really is a flex, you know?
Yeah, but I'm flexing against people whose ideas are hurting the world. I would do the same thing against conservatives. I don't think being a leftist means you instantly get like a defense against criticism against your actions.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't really want to keep going off around like Biden or whatever, but like I really I wouldn't encourage people to vote for him, frankly.
I know that's okay, but my facts don't care about your feelings. So I mean, I'm going to keep advocating people vote for Biden, and then we can bully him for the next 4 years. That's going to be really fun for me personally. You know, the far left hasn't done anything to the Trump administration over the past 4 years. We literally can't touch him because they don't give a fuck about us. Biden's weak. We can push him. We can push that motherfucker right out of the Oval Office chair. Then we can stomp on him until he's dead, and that'll get a lot more done than having Trump in. I mean, he's already made like 16 concessions to Bernie, but like, I don't know. We'll see where that goes, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, I didn't mean to get caught in a Bernie or bust debate here. I think the fundamental disagreement that we're having right here is like, I consider the people that you're just describing to be as, if not more detrimental to the left than any conservative agent. You can do more damage from within a movement than you can from without. I mean, the FBI knows that, right? With COINTELPRO. It's really, really difficult for me to like do my job when I feel like when the same dumb fuck arguments I hear from conservatives are getting brought up again by people of color on my side, I don't get to like criticize them for that. Or if I do, like I'm accused of being a toxic debate bro, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, anyway, yeah, I don't have much to say to that.
Okay, yeah, just I hope you understand.
I disagree, like, but I'm not, you know.
Okay. Well, yeah, I just want to make the world a better place. Yeah, I don't know. It's just really difficult for me to do that sometimes with some of the people. Do you never get the feeling that some of the people on the left don't really care about invoking leftism?
No. Like I don't know who you're talking about. Like I think that people yeah, I mean the people on the left are upset, I think, by people who don't really want to listen, you know? I think that's like the biggest thing.
But I do. I want to bring everyone on. I wish I could. I want to do a stream where everyone who disagrees with me would come on. We can go through them one by one. They won't do it.
They won't feel listened to you at all. You
Well,
know, they
you're
won't, or sorry, listened by you. They won't feel like you're listening to them,
but
you
you're
know?
describing cowardice. So they're shit talking me,
Cowardice.
and they're afraid that they're not going to be listened to, but they won't talk to me because they don't want to risk being proven wrong. Like, yeah, so I don't think the issue is they don't feel
No,
listened to.
like they're not going to feel like they are proven wrong. Like they're looking for like, I see you, I feel you, I acknowledge this, I will consider this, like I will potentially, you know, change my behavior or whatever,
If
right?
they can
Like
make good arguments, yeah. But if they make bad ones, then yeah, they're going to lose. I think that's their issue. They don't actually want to discuss it. They just want to tell me what I should be doing. And they want me to just listen to them, even if they can't make good arguments.
no,
That
they want
triggers
you
the
to
fuck out of me.
understand. They want you to understand so that even if you continue to make your own arguments, you're just like, I acknowledge like this other side, or like I acknowledge that like maybe, you know,
But they have to
I
give
don't
me good
have all
argument.
the
I don't have
answers.
to acknowledge. Well, I mean, I talk to Nazis too. Like if a Nazi comes up to me and they're like, "Hey man, have you considered like maybe the Jews do control America and AIPAC really is the vessel of the Zionist agenda?" And I have to be like, "Okay, man, I'll consider those arguments." Like, no, if ideas are bad, I'm going to shit talk them until they're actually like proven good. I've changed my mind live on stream before on many issues. Black nationalism. I've changed my mind on rule utilitarianism to act utilitarianism. I've changed my mind on a fuck ton of trans related positions. I have moved over on quite a few things, but I need to hear good arguments. I don't think these people have good arguments, and that's why they don't talk to me, because they know that it's easier for them to just complain than it is for them to actually test their ideas against someone who will push back on them.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they just don't want to, you know, sit here and have someone, you know, like berate them and assume that they are so right that like they're just going to destroy the other person. Like it's emotionally taxing. It's absolutely emotionally taxing. And it's just like, why would I do that? You know,
I think the
like
main
they're,
disagreement we're having is you're under the assumption that I am this bullheaded sycophant who just destroys people I talk to. When if you look over my channel, there are dozens of discussions I've had with people who I disagree with where I've acted in extraordinarily good faith. So the idea that like I won't hear these people out is not like it's just not borne out in the data. I love hearing people out because I know I can win without bowling over them.
see, that's exactly it. Like I love hearing people out because I know I can win.
Yeah, that's my job. I'm really, really good at debate. It's literally my
Well, people
job.
don't want to talk to you if it's like this is going to be a win-lose thing. Like they want you to like understand and see them and like acknowledge and like, you know, treat them with respect, not like, oh, I'm going to hear you out just so that I can win.
But what if they win?
Well, they're not going to because you're so sure that you can win and
No,
like you're going to use all this like rhetoric or whatever. Like this is your job. Like you
you're
win
doing the
debates. Like,
sneaky debate tactics thing Destiny
no,
hears.
you're doing it.
I don't win.
Like this whole thing is turning into like totally unproductive shit about like you're just being like, listen, like if you have a good argument, then like you come on and you tell me, and like if it's good, then like it's good and you're gonna win. And
But
if
that's
it's
how
not,
confident. But the reason
that's
I'm
not how
confident
it
I'm going
works.
to win.
Debate is a game, and you know how to win the debate game.
No, whoa,
You know?
you're literally doing the sneaky debate tactics argument. I've talked with tons of people I disagree with in good faith. When I win, it's not because I use sneaky debate tactic. It's because I think a lot about my arguments and I spend a ton of time thinking about them. That's the reason why when you brought up Bernie or bust, you had nothing to say after I listed off like 24 reasons why Biden is better than Trump. That wasn't a
I have
sneaky
a lot
debate
of things to
tactic.
say. Like I just don't want to get into all of that right now because that wasn't the point.
Okay, I agree it's not the point, but this is the frustration that I have with arguments. I feel like I spend a ton of time thinking about my positions, and when people disagree with me, I lay out the reasons why I disagree with them, and then when they inevitably come off looking bad, they think it's because I had this like bullheaded, like my obsequious arguments, like I was never interested in hearing them. Like, no, we just had a discussion, and I wasn't convinced by their arguments. But I've talked with people in good faith. I've talked with incels. Last night I had a 2-hour conversation with a Nazbol where I heard out every single thing he said and then demolished it, you know, because it's a Nazbol. Like, pretty easy win on my part. I've talked with the woke scoldy types. I like those good faith engagements. I wouldn't feel good about what I did if I felt like shouting over people was the only way I could win arguments.
Well, I mean, like if you want more people on the left to actually want to engage with you, like I mean, I feel like you think maybe you're engaging in faith and like you feel like you're listening or whatever, but like, you know,
Do you have
you're
any good
not.
faith in me engaging in bad faith? Can you find a time or point out one argument where I engaged in bad faith?
Well, just even this whole thing about like, like they're wrong and I'm going to prove to them they're wrong and I'm going to embarrass them and they're going to end up looking bad on my stream or whatever. Like people aren't going to come on your stream if you're like going to make them look bad because they don't have your argument. You know what I mean?
But that's not bad faith. That's just me being a contentious performer. But when they actually come on stream, I engage with their ideas. In debate, I don't engage in bad faith. I never do that. I think there may have been an argument or two where I did that, and I reached out and apologized afterwards. And I think I like made comments about it in chat afterwards. Like, I don't think I handled this debate very well.
Okay, well then I guess
to.
there's just no reason why other leftists won't want to ever talk to you. And
Well, there is. They
I
just
guess
don't want to be proven
everything's
wrong.
fine. Oh, okay, yeah.
Wait, why can't it be that? Wait, why can't that be it?
That's not it.
Why can't that be it?
Fine, yeah, everyone's a coward except for you.
No, you're not, because you came on and talked to me, and there are other people who have too.
But you've like made me look bad this whole time. Like
Only because I'm talking. Wait, wait. But you're projecting right now. I'm literally I'm just trying to talk about the feelings that I have and the ideas that I have. The reason why people don't like talking with me.
The feeling that you have is that you're right and that you destroy people and that people don't want to talk to you because they don't want to look bad because their arguments are bad and you just show them who's right all the time.
It's so funny you're saying this because Sargon of Akkad and Styx Hexenhammer said this literally 2 days ago. Because I have made so many conservatives look bad, they are cowering right now, giving themselves excuses to why they don't need to listen to my arguments because I'm a bad faith interlocutor. But if you go over the debates that I've had with these people, they were fucking annihilated. And what I feel like is when they're saying, oh, well, Vosh is just a bad faith actor who just likes posturing to his audience, what they're actually saying is, holy shit, I got blown the fuck out, but I have an audience that I need to preserve my ego in front of, so I better back up and make it look like Vosh is just a bad faith actor. That's what I feel like is happening right now. It's my job to debate. I'm very, very good at it, but I'm not good at it because I cheat. I'm good at it because I'm good at what I do, because I apply my academic understanding of rhetoric towards the field that I'm in. So when people say, like, you don't engage in good faith, so I'm not even going to bother talking with you, it's really frustrating because there's nothing that I want more than to hear a good faith argument about how I'm one of the fucking Nazbols these people seem to think I am. I would love to hear those arguments.
So then you honestly think like, oh, the reason why like more of the left doesn't engage with me or doesn't come on my stream is because like they're just too scared of not having good arguments and having me like destroy them and make them look bad. That's like your idea.
I think a lot of them are just intimidated by the platform, which I don't think is wrong. I mean, again, debating in front of thousands can be very, very unnerving. I don't blame people for feeling that way, but I do think a lot of them are just nervous about being proven wrong. Yeah, it's way easier to just shitpost on Twitter than it is to actually defend yourself in front of a person who's very, very good at talking.
Well, listen, like if the issue is like, I think you've done something harmful, right? Like I think people feel like they're being bullied. Like if I feel like you've done something harmful and then like my option is to come on stream and have you like debate about why like I'm being too sensitive and I shouldn't have been upset by this and actually your position is right and actually like I'm in bad faith here and whatever. Like who wants to fucking do that? Like they just want like some openness or like an apology. Do they want to
talk about but why should I apologize?
Because you've harmed someone and hurt someone. Like if you want a relationship with somebody and like they feel harmed, then like you have to actually care about how they feel.
They have to make the argument that I did something worth like that. Otherwise, that's abuser logic. Like I'm not going to apologize without doing anything. If they can prove to me or like suggest to me, I don't need like receipts or anything. But if they can say like, hey, your community or you have hurt me for this or that. By the way, I have apologized to people before. Cyberwitch Lexi came on my stream after I disagreed with her publicly on a Bernie or Bust thing. We had a polite conversation, and afterwards I apologized profusely for being harder on her than I think I needed to be. I've apologized to Gushin, I think, for my engagement with her. I've apologized to I do this all the time, like in person. I'm not that egotistical. Like I'm proud of the work that I do, and I think the best way to maintain the quality of that work is to make sure that when I win debates, they're legitimate, sincere wins.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
But if people have an issue with my content, they can always come on. I like talking about it. It's my job to talk about it. My job would be so much easier if like the lefties didn't hack me so much. I'm growing very, very quickly. I think this is a wonderful thing for the left. Online is getting a pretty scary place right now. There are a lot of Nazis. I'm genuinely worried about the future of this I guess, of this country, of the English speaking language of the world. And for me to be trying to do something about that and to have to waste my time with all these people like taking pot shots at me, but they won't talk about it, but I'm supposed to take them seriously. Like, I don't know. It's really, really weird.
It's not really that weird. I mean, even if people can defend their positions, yeah, they don't want to come on a stream in front of thousands of people and talk about these things, especially if they do feel like they've been harmed, you know? Like, I feel like, yeah, it's great to bring people over from the left. I too am scared about like all the Nazi shit that's been going on. But like once they're in the door, I think like they should see you emulating values of like empathy, compassion, like mutual aid, support, solidarity of your fellow leftist creators, not this shit of like, oh, well, if you actually had a good argument for why what I did was harmful, then you would come on my stream and like debate it with me. And whatever. And oh, I'll totally listen to you just because I know I can win.
But I listen to them because listening to people's ideas is how I counter them. Listening is an essential component of debate. Unless
exactly.
you're yes,
listening is
yes, listening is a part of winning. It's a part of the winning strategy.
Like if people are like, you've done this harm, like people don't want to give you these arguments just so you can counter them.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. You don't want them to actually discuss their ideas with me. You want them to tell me what to do. This is abuser logic. You want people to have an issue with my content to come on to tell me that I need to apologize.
I actually posted these things on Twitter. I am going to read this out to you.
Sure.
Because there's a very it's not abuser logic. If you're the person who's coming from the position of privilege and you're doing harm to a marginalized community.
Prove I'm doing harm though. They
don't have to prove, like that's such bullshit. Like prove you're doing harm. Like you said this, you legitimated the system of oppression. You legitimated the language of the oppressor. You did this, whatever. And you're gonna like you reacting badly to that and you being like, I'm gonna debate the fuck out of you to destroy you and make it like so that you are wrong and like I just so that I don't have to like even remotely apologize or take accountability.
But I just say, do you want to talk about it on stream? That's it. There's nothing fragile about what I do. Just come on. Do you want to talk about it on stream?
Do you want to talk about it? Yeah, right. People look at you like your whole flex is like people, I'm the bad guy. People are cowardly. Like they don't want to come on.
Do you think because, okay, wait, I feel like we're running in circles right now and it's really, really difficult. I feel like I'm being gaslit, like unironically. So cool. Let's agree on some very basic, like fundamental principles. Okay. Do you believe that if a person takes issue with another person, it is reasonable that person A would need to make an argument for why they were hurt before person B should be expected to apologize?
Listen. People, like, I've upset people before. I've done things. I've acted with like white fragility. I've acted with like, you know, bad shit. I've said bad shit that has harmed people in my community who I fucking care about. And I've had a lot of people come to me and like gently call me in. And like, even I am like, you know, geez, like that's not what I meant. Or like, you know, I wouldn't personally have taken that as offensive or whatever, but like, it doesn't really matter. Like facts don't care about your feelings, but interpersonal relationships are just 100% about feelings.
Just come on.
So if this is somebody that I care about,
really quickly, that's abuser logic. But it is. You can't just make up reasons for another person to apologize to you. There has to be. No. First of all, nothing I do here is interpersonal. I don't know or care about on a personal level anyone on Twitter except for my girlfriend and a few friends of mine. So if they want me to apologize to them, like these aren't friends of mine, they're going to need to make an argument.
If someone comes to me and said, when you said this, it was harmful because X. And then I'm like, no, you got to make a better argument for why what I did was harmful. Even if I don't agree or if I didn't mean it that way, I can still say like, listen, look, I see you. I hear you. I didn't mean it that way. This is what I think. And I don't mean any harm.
Like, but that's what I want. That's all I want, though. You just said they come on and they say you hurt me because X. That's all I want to hear.
They're not coming on my show. They're just telling me. And then I'm saying that, like, and I'm someone who's like, you know, you can come to me and say that, and you know I'm not going to react like super with like hyper defensiveness and be like, you better prove to me that like I did harm before I see you and recognize you and just like openly with humility be like,
okay, let me use a specific example then. Okay, if somebody on Twitter calls me a Nozbul and they're a fairly prominent Twitter user, a few thousand followers, it gets a few hundred likes and retweets. Do you think that I should apologize?
No, I wouldn't even reply to something like that.
Okay.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, that's sure. I'm not going to reply on Twitter. But what if there are a lot of people who are making that accusation of me against me? What should I do?
I don't know, try and figure out what is going on or just ignore it. Like if it's a bad
They
faith,
won't
like
come
if
on and
that's a
talk to
bad
me.
faith, well then ignore that. Like that's nothing. Like that's not something that
So I
I'm
should just
talking
ignore
about.
hundreds or thousands of people making completely unsubstantiated insults and accusations at me?
Of course, you're a big person online. Like I get tons of people saying shit like that. I just ignore it all the time. But if it's
That you're a
somebody who's like,
nosball?
not that I'm a nosball, but like people say a whole bunch of shit about me,
Do
you
you
know?
do you think the amount of harassment you and I get online is comparable?
It might be like I'm a woman on the internet trying to talk about politics. So like I get some shit, you're
I
right. And
mean,
like I just ignore it.
okay. So when people okay, if you get people who come to you and they're like, hey Stacy, I think you're a whore and you're depriving men of sex. Fuck you. Do you then think that you should like have to apologize to this person?
Of course not. I don't pay attention to that.
Okay. So you don't think you should have to apologize to some people who bring certain criticisms towards you?
If they're just going to name call me and call me a whore or things like that, like obviously not.
I'd rather
If
be called
someone's
a
going to
whore than a
say,
nosball, personally, but that's just my personal opinion, I
well, I
guess.
mean, like, frankly, it's like, who cares? That's just people who are just saying shit online. Like, that's not a big deal. What I'm talking about is like people who are genuinely like, hey, Mexie, like, you said this, and like, that was harmful to this community, and like, this is
But
why.
people don't
Then I'm
say
going to
that
be
to
like,
me. They don't do that. I want that. I would love that. I've had those conversations with people in my community, by the way. I'm usually pretty amicable. In fact, just last night, I said some maybe flippantly edgy things about that dear girl on Twitch, and a person in my community triggered the fuck out of me with some no-no words in chat. So I banned them, and 5 minutes later, I had them on call. We had a really pleasant convo, and I unbanned them. And I apologized for being snippy with them. I like those conversations. I like engaging with that. Just because my job is to debate well doesn't mean that I don't like engaging with people's ideas. After all, if I just bowled over people, eventually it would lead to me holding incorrect positions that I'm only holding because I use slippery debate tactics, and that would make me worse at my job.
well, I'm sure a lot of people think you do have incorrect positions.
Then they have to come on and argue it. Yeah.
No, they don't. So all I'm saying is like when people come in the door, right? Like I think that people are like, oh, they come in through Vosh and then they're gonna start watching like Mexie and Thought Slime or whatever. I don't think they are, because they come in the door and they see Vosh being like, these people are cowards, these people are sensitive, you know, I don't apologize for anything that I say unless you can prove to me beyond a shadow of a doubt, you know what I mean?
Just
That
reasonably.
you
I mean,
are.
again, we don't have like data on like harm done by certain communities, or at least we don't have academic data. I'm not saying they have to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And just tomorrow, I'm going to be debating Count Dankula on whether or not he's a racist. I can't deductively prove he's a racist. I'm going to have to rely on inductive reasoning based on things that he's done. If I'm willing to engage in inductive argumentation, I have to accept that other people will use it against me as well. I'm not just waiting for somebody to like prove it to me deductively, you know?
All right. Anyway, like I don't think this talk is being very productive at the moment.
This is my frustration. You came in here with a bunch of presuppositions about the extent to which I engage in good faith. I guarantee you have not watched anywhere near enough of my debates to have a good estimation of how I engage in arguments. And I think that my criticisms are very, very legitimate when a bunch of people will shit talk me with wildly unsubstantiated accusations, and then you tell me I either have to ignore it or to apologize to them, and they have no expectation to defend any of their arguments. And when I say I do bring them on and argue my point, you say I use Weasley debate tactics instead of actually listening to their arguments. You have made every conceivable uncharitable presupposition about the way I engage in, all to defend the idea that the people on Twitter are justified in their random accusations against me.
No, because first of all, the people that you say that you're upset with on Twitter are people who are calling you like Nazbols and shit. That's not what I'm talking about at all. So I came on here because I was like, Vosh wants to like connect with the left. We want to like end this whole like, here's the soft left, here's the hard left. So I came on here to be like, hey, here's like what's happening, and here's some ways that we could maybe like work on this pipeline or whatever that it is and have things be more amicable on the left. And then things that you've said in this chat have made me be like, okay, never mind. Like you obviously, like, you know what I mean? Like you're not open to.
You realize that you've insulted me many times in this convo by insinuating that I'm not interested in debate, that I just use debate tactics, that I don't care about listening, that I don't care about anything but winning. I have never insulted you once in this entire conversation. I have maintained decorum and respect for them. No, I did.
I said that
me saying I like
that.
winning and I want to win isn't me saying I engage in bad faith. It's just that I'm good at winning because this is my job. You're better at making prepared content than I am. I couldn't do your job.
Listen, you said, like, I don't want to go over like what you said, you know, but like I didn't come on here to insult you or to condescend to you, but like things that you brought up is what I brought up afterwards.
But it's just weird that you would accuse me of engaging in bad faith when you made a fuck ton of really uncharitable assumptions about when you say that I don't listen and I just care about winning. That's accusing me of acting in bad faith. When you've made a bunch of really uncharitable assumptions.
I'm going to bring them on to listen to them to know how to counter them.
Yeah, but if I can't counter them, then they win.
Well, my whole point is that like this can't be about winning and losing on the left. Like you're not going to build community by being like, who's the winner, who's the loser.
But I've built a larger community than almost any other left-leaning YouTuber. You're not going to build community with people on the left. You build community of people who like your stuff. You're not building community with like. Then I just have to beat them. Apparently, the people that I'm talking about right now are people who want to make accusations against me, but they don't actually want to argue or defend their positions. I would consider these people to be one of the reasons why the left has lost in this country up until this point. They're a bunch of like whinging sycophants who don't actually care about being politically efficacious, but are more concerned about maintaining a certain social like decorum. They want to maintain a community. But I break that mold. I have people who disagree with me in my community. I argue with my community all the time, but I am ruthless in my pursuit of the things that I believe to be true, whether it's against the conservatives or against the leftists. But it's really frustrating for me when I beat the conservatives, they're like, woo, Vosh, go ahead. But when I even the slightest disagreement with leftists, a bunch of people come at me and tell me I'm a toxic debate bro who's perpetuating toxic masculinity, when in reality, all I want people to do is defend the horrible fucking takes they have on social media to me.
Great. Well, then, I guess that's it. Keep doing.
Yeah, but is that bad? Can't we get along? I want everything you want. Every part of the world you want to build, I want to build. Well, I assume you're a progressive leftist. You know, yeah.
Like, yeah, great. Like, if you don't think that there's anything at all that could be changed on your part to make the space more amicable or endear yourself to like more of the creators and like stop, you know, having this strict divide, then like, I guess there's nothing to talk about.
Do you think it's possible they need to change a little bit too?
Yes, possibly.
Okay, but why does nobody have that conversation? Why is it that when I'm just doing my shit with conservatives, everyone tells me I'm the one who's engaging with bad faith in the left, when all the people who are attacking me from behind aren't the ones who need to change? Why is it always directed against me?
Because you're, like, frankly, acting with a lot of fragility, and you're not actually owning up to, like,
this isn't fragility. That's not what that means. No, come on.
No, I'll read this. I will read this right now. This is here. Great. And then we can just end this. Like, this is not going anywhere. Okay. We can be sensitive to all sorts of things, but there's a difference in being sensitive to experiencing oppression and being sensitive to our positionality or privilege being challenged. In other words, our sensitivity can be a sign of our empathy, or it can be a sign of our privilege and fragility. Which one we communicate, empathy or fragility, depends on our willingness to interrogate our position within the hierarchies of violence that dominate our reality. If we're more sensitive to being asked to stop perpetuating harm than we are to rectifying it in ourselves and our communities, then we are part of the problem.
But I'm not, I need to be shown that I'm perpetuating harm for that to be applicable.
Okay.
I can't just take people's word at it. Like, do you think I disagree? Like, do you think I'd say like, oh no, when I hurt the left, I just have to keep bowling on ahead? I need to be shown that I'm hurting the left. But every time I have conversations with people, they don't have any arguments to that effect. They just have feelings.
Well, like, feelings are important.
Feelings
like,
aren't arguments.
Have to be right.
Right, no, you can't, I can't kowtow to people who are wrong. I can't. Why do you think the left does so badly? This is unironically feels over reals. This is like, can you imagine a conservative watching this conversation right now where you're making the argument that I need to apologize without people providing any evidence or even an argument as to why I need to apologize?
Like, listen, like, fine, like, do your thing. Like, it's obvious that if you actually went out into an organizing space, like, you would not do well. Like
That's why. That's why I don't. Wait.
That's why you don't.
First of all, I was the 2-year president of the sociology and criminology club in my class, and I led multiple conferences about oppressed people, including prisoners, including working with those groups. I was an organizing leader, and I was well respected by the peerage and by the university. Second of all, I've done multiple acts of organizing, including like grassroots organizing and campaigning, multiple periods of time in between my college career starting and me becoming a YouTuber. Third of all, I fucking hate going outside, so I'd rather stay inside and do my work online. But this has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now.
It has everything to do with what I'm talking about right now. Like, you don't, in interpersonal relationships, you don't always have to be right. It doesn't always have to be like, I am right. Like, if someone, like, you don't have to.
I don't have an interpersonal relationship with anyone here, though.
Okay, fine. Like, if you're not actually trying to build relationships with other leftist creators, then like forget it. Like,
what do you mean? What do you mean interpersonal?
Like, just relationships.
Like with the audience or like with other content creators?
No, with other content creators.
Yeah, well then let's talk I'll talk with them in private. Yeah, I've never said anything else. I respect the fuck out of Sean's videos. It's a shame he's a fucking idiot on Twitter. I respect well, actually, ContraPoints and I get along, so there's that. I would love to talk to all these people privately. I would love to get them off my backs. That would be amazing for me. My job is hard enough as it is.
I was just trying to offer some thoughts as to like why they don't want to.
Okay, but I responded to your thoughts. And I disagreed with them.
Okay, so then I have nothing more to give you. I have no help to give you. So
okay, wait. Do you think that maybe some of the criticisms you've levied against me could also be applicable towards like the rest of the left? Like, hey, maybe we shouldn't make up a bunch of really weird fucking accusations against somebody who doesn't target our community unless he's responding to accusations made against him. The only time I've ever initiated coming after the left was with Sean on Bernie or Bust. In my past year and a half on Twitter, I have never initiated drama against other left-leaning content creators. They attack me, and I respond to them. I don't care. They can all fuck off for all I care. I'm just trying to do my work. I don't like collabing with people. I'm just trying to build a little YouTube empire. But if they want to like work with what I'm doing, then fuck yeah. Like I'll talk with them. We can build some parallels in our audience. I'm not that antisocial.
Okay. Well, like, I mean, it's no skin off my back. Like, if this doesn't really work out.
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean by that?
Fine. Like, if we're just going to continue the whole like SJW, strong leftists, here's the divide, like whatever, like, you know, it's really no skin off my back. Like, it's fine. I just thought maybe this could have been a more productive talk. But
I don't disagree with the importance of the conversation. I just disagree with some of the prescriptions that you've made here. I mean, my argument has always been this. I think that people like me are way the fuck better at doing the types of things that I do than any sensitive person ever could be, obviously. And I think that what I do appeals to a lot of people. So my thought has always been, why not just keep people like me on the front lines, and then the more sensitive lefty types can have their like backline communities where they build like a more sensitive and reciprocal and emotionally intimate space within their own communities, and I put people into there, and if you guys don't want those people, then I can work on keeping them in my community. But like, we don't fight each other. The right doesn't fight each other, you know. Sargon and the Nazis, even though Sargon's not a Nazi, at least ostensibly, like, they tend to get along pretty well. They don't punch right, you know. We punch left all the time. Like, it's not very productive.
Yeah. Sure.
I don't think you care what I'm talking about right now.
No, I don't think that, I just don't think that this is like super productive. And I think that, you know, the fact that you think that like what you're doing is so much more important than like anything that like a sensitive leftist is doing is like.
That. I said I'm better at doing this stuff. No, I said I'm better at doing this stuff on the front line. Converting like people who aren't leftists. Yes, Contra and I are the best people. Maybe Destiny too are the 3 best people online at doing that. I can almost empirically demonstrate those arguments. Okay,
well, anyway, that's great. That's good. Good for you.
But what? Do you care about building a leftist space, or did you just come here to tell me that I'm fragile?
No, I came here to honestly, like, in good faith, and this just hasn't been productive.
Nothing I've said has been in bad faith, whereas you've made many assumptions of me that were uncharitable to the point of being in bad faith. I've never made a single assumption about you or your intentions here.
Okay.
Is that a slippery debate tactic of mine where I come in here and I treat you with good faith, but somehow at the end of the conversation you feel as though you've been treated in bad faith? Is that like another ninjutsu that I have?
I guess.
Okay. Well, I'm always here to build a left coalition if you're interested in it.
Yeah, ditto.
Okay. Peace. Holy shit. What an asshole. How am I the toxic one? This is what I say, dude. Everyone's like, dude, you're like the toxic left. But every time I interact with these people, they're unironically the most like spiteful pieces of shit. Holy fuck. I was trying so hard towards the end there. Jesus Christ. Both look bad, to be honest. I don't think I looked bad even slightly in that conversation. Not even remotely. I think the people in chat who said that I looked pretty bad, I think you guys are actually like delusional. Man, that was rough. Yeah, that was like unironic gaslighting, dude. You looked a little questionable? I don't know. I feel like, I mean, literally that conversation was just like her ascribing a bunch of uncharitable positions to me, like over and over and over again. I don't know how I could ever look bad in that context. Like every single time, like we would like address a point. Yeah, she wasn't even listening to what I was saying. This is me. Like, this is me trying to build a bridge, you know? Like, this is me actually, like, making an effort. Like, Mexie has shit-talked me online before, but I bring Mexie on, I'm nice to Mexie, I compliment Mexie's work, and, like, Mexie just, like... I don't even know, dude. You probably burnt major bridges, but you had no choice. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be bigger than almost anyone in the left tube space in another 6 months. It doesn't matter. They're either going to like fall in line and learn to accept the fact that lefties are being pragmatic now, or they're going to be bullied out of the space just by in way of existing alongside me. And I'm fine with that. What a fucking toxic person, dude. How am I supposed to respect people who behave that way? All I want to do is make the left work. That's it. That's all I fucking care about. When I wake up every morning and when I fall asleep every night, the things on my mind are arguments, rhetoric, content to go over. What can I take advantage of to get as many people as possible to agree with my positions? That's what I think about. What do I do to protect marginalized communities? How do I defend my values? How can I better express my personal preferences? That's every single thing that that's what I do. That's my entire life. I think about it while hot take feelings are important. No. Okay, wait. I feel like there are some sensitive types in here, and I need to like acknowledge this. Feelings are important, but that's in interpersonal relationships. If we're talking about business people, guys, online political content creators are not buddies, they're business compatriots who can be buddies. If a business compatriot comes over to me and they're like, hey, you hurt me. I'm not going to make any arguments for it. Also, you're a Nazbol. Now apologize to me. Fuck that. You fucking kidding me? There was this weird ascription of interpersonal vulnerability to our conversation that I thought was inappropriate from Mexie, especially since Mexie criticized the parasocial element of my work right off the bat, which I try to disincentivize, but it's an inevitable part of what I do. And then she's like, oh, well, when people come to you, they're like your friends. You have to treat them super nice and you have to hear out their concerns. No, I'm a business person. This is my business. I work here. My job is to do a certain political thing. If people have problems with me, they can send me an email or they can discuss it with me on stream. I am not going to go out of my way to coddle these people who have been relentlessly insulting me from the back end for literally over a year. Yeah, not to mention like, oh man. Not to mention, like, her, like, I can't criticize a black person and her, like, Bernie or bust thing, but then she backed off of it. Yeah, no. I feel like she was talking from a neurotypical perspective. No, I don't, guys, we don't have to, like, be super hyper, like, we don't have to be really, really, like, super dedicatedly analytical about it, okay? It was just like abusive behavior. It's just gaslighting. What you do is wrong and you hurt other people and you need to apologize to them for it, even though they can't defend it and you're bad and you engage in bad faith and you don't listen to people's arguments. Every single uncharitable thing. I felt like destiny, dude. It's your ego? Am I getting gaslit by chat now? I'm really confused right now. I don't think it's my ego. It's my job. It's literally my job to do good at, like, wait, I'm sorry, just really quickly to clarify. So when I say I'm good at debating and I want people who disagree with me to come on because I know I can win, I'm not saying that because I ignore them or because I have a super fragile ego. I'm saying it because it is my job to debate people. That is literally my job. It is, I do it well. I practice it every day. That is what I do. Now, mind you, you can make an argument that my ego is rolled into my debate performance, which is probably the case, almost certainly the case, in fact, but that does not mean necessarily that my ego is influencing my ability to hear other people's arguments in good faith. Those are not necessarily analogous arguments. So it's possible that I can have an ego with my debating, but when I argue with people, I'm still trying to hear them out. Those are not necessarily incompatible. Some of your wording was confrontational in a way that wasn't helpful. Dude, she was being so bad faith with me. Why do I have to be so nice to all the lefties who treat me like shit? That's so weird. Like, why do I, like, why? Why? Hey, if we're talking about interpersonal behavior, why aren't they ever responsible for initiating our interactions with bad faith? Like, why am I always like, she came on, I complimented her. Not nice, but a bit more chill. You were aggressive as fuck. I really don't think so. I actually think maybe this is my bias. I think a lot of you guys are unironically just Mexie fans, or like or you're simping because she's a woman. I think that's actually the case. Because I don't know, like, I'm in my own head, admittedly, but I feel like I feel like there's no way if anyone else treated me that way, if it was a random person and a guy who said everything in the same way, I feel like there was no fucking way you guys would be treating it this way. I can't fathom that you guys would be treating it that way. Fighting fire with fire isn't the best option. I didn't. That's a good thing then. I didn't engage in bad faith at any point in time. I never called her cowardly because she came on and talked to me. I never said that her content was ineffective. I said that she was valuable. I specifically clarified that she wasn't cowardly. I said she does valuable work for the left. I said that she does academic work. I said that she does prepared content in a way that I could never do. So, yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know what else was I supposed to do. Just acquiesce and listen to her completely baseless arguments without ever, like, making any counter arguments? To be fair, you also did say you're a whore. Okay, nice meme. I don't think you were confrontational, but some of the language you use could be interpreted as such. Okay, guys, I want to help you out with something, okay? Because I know you guys also care about optics, and I know you guys care about the left. Are you ready for it? No, I've got it.
Can I speak as a pussy?
Sure, you can speak as a pussy.
As somebody.
Wait, clarify that you mean as a coward and not as somebody who actually has.
Yes, I'm a coward. Okay, so chat. Can they hear me?
They can hear you.
In reality, I'm a pussy. I cry at everything. I'm very sensitive, and it's taken a lot for me to overcome that in order to engage with politics, with my jobs, and with my advocacy, and with my major. Because sociology was very taxing and emotionally tiring. That's what politics is. If you, I think I'm too soft to deal in politics, and that's fine. I don't think I'll ever be like debating people. It's too much for me. If you can't do that, you shouldn't be engaged in online leftism in how it is. You can be empathetic, you can be compassionate. Look at Lumi. But Lumi doesn't take shit. And Lumi, I don't think, would just roll over and listen if somebody of a marginalized group was making problematic statements. As Mexie said that she is white and, like, shouldn't be speaking on black issues. That is stupid. All of this shit, all of the emotional tactics are not smart. And that's coming from somebody who is emotional and had to overcome that in order to engage like this. It's just really sad and frustrating for me to see, because these kind of reactions from Mexie and people like that need to be overcome. You need to sit with your discomfort and sadness and work through it. It's hard. but it needs to be done in order to engage. Anyway, that's my take from a pussy who is genuinely empathetic and a big baby.
I love you, my big baby. Lumi also knows I do good work. Anyway, I don't really know what to say. It's really, really frustrating for me. If you guys want to know a secret, you know how you're all like, ooh, well, the optics could be bad because you were slightly antagonistic with a person who was relentlessly mischaracterizing your behavior. Here's a hot secret. You're part of the problem. If you think it's bad optics to talk with a ooh soft left tuber and ever be even remotely aggressive, and you keep expressing that, you are part of the issue. It's exactly the same thing that people do when they're like, well, I like Bernie, but those Bernie bros are crazy, dude. They're bad optics. What you're doing is you're implicitly condemning that by accentuating the extent to which people criticize the optics. If you didn't criticize the optics, it wouldn't be an issue. How about you take a look at her optics, okay? I'm a bigger YouTuber than her. I let her on after a disagreement in which she was shit-talking me, and I treated her in good faith, platformed her to thousands, future tens of thousands of people, and in response to that, she mischaracterized me, accused me of engaging in bad faith, accused me of not listening to anyone's arguments. Every single time we had a disagreement, she would fall back to a mischaracterization of my positions. Let's talk, I mean, we can talk about that if we want to, but hey, you know what? Oh, excuse me. Also, I don't think it's bad optics to be a little aggressive when it's in response to other people's aggression. I don't think that's bad optics, you know? Is it bad optics if like someone comes on and they're like, ooh, I'm a soft trans girl. Also, you're a fucking rapist. And I'm like, whoa, fuck you. Is that bad optics on my part because they're like an ooh, soft trans girl or something? I feel like a lot of this bias comes from the presupposition that women and left-leaning people should just be inherently treated better than like men and non-left-leaning people. It's actually really, really frustrating. Like, why can't we just have good ideas? It's kind of sexist, actually. Like, what? Do you think that because she's a woman, she can't have good enough ideas to change my mind? One of the only people to have ever changed, two of the only people to have changed my mind on this stream were a woman, Magda, Marla, that philosopher, and Lumi, a non-binary person, because they made good arguments in favor of positions that I disagreed with. So, like, are you, like, arguing, like, because they're, like, a woman? Like, they can't make good arguments? You know? It's really weird. Am I the fragile one? I don't know. Yeah, and Cyborg Lexi, too. Cyborg Lexi moved me over. Damn, dude, all the people who moved me over are fucking, not dudes. How do you define bad faith? Every time Mexie and I were disagreeing on something concerning other people expressing disagreement with me, Mexie would fall back on the argument that I engage in bad faith and that I don't actually listen to people. That's the bad faith argument. You'll notice, by the way, that while talking with her, I never made any arguments about her being cowardly or about her being incapable of making my responding to my arguments, or of her being like she was like relying on woke points by being a woman or whatever. I never made those arguments. I never did it because I don't need to argue in bad faith. Toss a coin to your streamer. You literally said she was cowardly? No, I didn't. I specifically said she wasn't. She said, well, I would fit under the cowardly leftist purview. And I said, no, you didn't. You came on and talked. I specifically said otherwise. But good on you for listening comprehension. That's okay. I look forward to all the Twitter discourse after this where people are saying that I said that like all lefties are like arselers or something. I look forward to people very charitably interpreting the contents of this. So fucking condescending, dude. Holy shit. This is what I get for trying to reach out to lefties, dude. This is why I'm larger than any of them are going to be soon. God willing, right? I don't think they actually care. I don't think they care about making the left stronger. Oh, and then she started arguing that I would be horrible in like real world advocacy because I don't know how to get along with people. That was kind of ableist in my, that was a really weird argument. I don't know about that one. First of all, you don't know my history. A history where I've done plenty of IRL advocacy. And second of all, I don't know about, that was really, really weird, yeah. That literally just seemed like, oh yeah, well you're fine here on the internet, big boy, but in real life, no, you would never do anything because nobody likes you. That's kind of what it felt like. Yeah, I was being bullied. They don't care about making the left stronger. They care about protecting marginalized groups. Well, that's the thing. Protecting marginalized groups doesn't mean shit if the left loses, because then your protection fades. You have to do both of them. You have to protect marginalized groups, and then you have to win. Doesn't mean anything. Like, you can build all the cozy, ooh-woo, cuddly, trans-friendly Discord servers you want. A fascist America is going to ban that shit outright, okay? If you lose the big game, you lose the little game. You know what they say? Like, you've won the battle, but you've lost the war. Like, I feel like that's the left right now. We did it, guys. We did it. We created left Twitter. Whoops, there goes Donald Trump's second term. Oopsie. Oh, no, no. I feel like they just want to arrange all the marginalized people into the least smoky room of a burning building. That's how I feel, honestly. They're like, there's something wrong with this, okay? All right, everyone, quick up to the highest floor, you know? This room is a chimney. We'll be safe here for a while. Okay, hold on. This is the last thing I'm going to respond to. Then we have to do donos. Oh my god. Vosh, I think the problem was that Mexie heard, I just want to win, and that was it. Yeah, that's all she heard. She heard me say once, I want to win, and interpreted that in the worst way possible. She didn't think, like, I want to win, like, win the left, or I want to win, like, I want to win like the coalition building. She didn't think I want to have the best position. All she heard was, I want to win, and then her brain shut off, and she thought from that point forward, like, oh, I'm just talking to a debate, bro. And then, like, every argument she made from that point on was on the assumption that all I cared about was winning arguments, like I was Sargon or something like that. To be fair, you repeatedly said win. Yes, if people have arguments with me, I want to win the arguments. No shit. That's what everyone is supposed to do. That is what you're supposed to do in arguments. If somebody wants to argue with you and you disagree, you're supposed to argue. That's your job. You guys aren't my fucking boyfriends and girlfriends and NB friends. I'm a debater. I'm a public figure. I want to win. If you're my personal friend, hey guys, I've had disagreements with close friends of mine and partners of mine where I don't really care that much about winning, and I just want to get the argument through, and I just want to kiss them and like make up or whatever. Okay, that's it. Good thing you guys aren't my boyfriends and girlfriends and envy friends. Oops. Uh-oh. Oh, no, 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 no. You're actually, as it turns out, part of a broader political coalition where my job is to make good arguments. So if you disagree with me, I guess you're going to have to beat me in an argument. Otherwise, I'm not going to change my mind, because giving me good arguments is the way that you're going to change my mind. So yeah, I don't know. Am I bi? I'm pansexual. Oh God. How many conservatives are watching this right now? I wonder. There are 5,000 people watching, more or less, right? How many of these people are conservatives, I wonder? From YouTube chat, listen, guys, conservatives, hey, listen, we're coming for you, okay? We're coming for you with good arguments, all right? We're gonna beat you in the free marketplace of ideas. Probably not gonna be people like Mexie, but Mexie still does good content, just not debates, okay? But hey, we're not as weak as we look, okay? We're not as weak as we appear. Never, never, never let them justify abuser logic. Yeah, a lot of them are abusive. How many times have I said this before, that woke scolds operate off abuser logic? Contra talked about it, right? First you abstract and then you essentialize. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's basically what, like, I'm dealing with here. I don't know. As somebody formerly in an abusive relationship, that was abuser tactics. Yeah, it's just, like, weird. Like, I don't get, like, why can't you just disagree with me and make those arguments? Destiny is cooking, he looks clueless. Wait, really? Yeah, Xander Hall. All right, guys. Well, the conservatives would be in YouTube chat. All right, listen up, guys, okay? I'm gonna check out Destiny's stream to see if he's cooking, because that sounds funny as fuck, okay? That sounds really fucking funny. But I've got a final piece of advice for all of you. I've actually got 3 things to say. First of all, I'm always looking to talk with people who disagree with me, whether they come from the right or the left. That is how I generate content. But those discussions are and always have been in good faith. I challenge anyone to look through my discography and find arguments where I engage in blatant bad faith, okay? In the absence of any evidence to that point, I can only make the argument that I engage in good faith and that if you come on, we're going to be able to talk about issues fairly amicably. Even Mexie engaged in bad faith with me, and I tried my best to engage in good faith. I really, really did. Second of all, Mexie does good content on her own, even if she came off poorly in this conversation. Yeah. And third of all, I just want to say, please don't ever fall for abuser language, okay, guys? Please don't ever fall for abuser language, all right? When people online are accusing you of doing something bad, but they refuse to explain or justify it, but they're demanding up front an apology the way a troll would ask for a toll before you can cross the bridge, okay? Don't listen to these people. Don't. Nobody is entitled to your apology if you don't feel you have done anything wrong, okay? If people have been wronged by you, they should be able to tell you why. And if you don't hold them to that standard, you will spend your entire life being walked on by people who are willing to abuse you for their brief and insubstantial gratiation. Okay? So be careful. Stay safe. All right? There are plenty of things that I'm wrong on and plenty of mistakes that I've made, many of which I've recanted and apologized for, but I will never let my content and my rhetoric be directed by people who are too insecure in their own arguments to actually make them with me. And for those who actually do make the arguments, to end up retreating to bad faith insults within like 30 minutes of making them, okay? I hold myself to a higher standard than that. I have faith in the content that I do. I have faith in the extent to which I engage in good faith. Thank you, Shadow Sheriff. Destiny is literally on fire. We're going to have to read a lot of donos, but until we do, hold on, folks. Hold on. Oh, no.
Cover it with another pan. All I have is that other pan right there.
Hey, we got 1,000 more viewers than Destiny. That won't last long, but hell yeah.
What M-S-A-M-A-Z-I-N-G-A.
You think we just flip this in the pan?
Do it. Do a flip. Do a flip. That wasn't that bad.
This, maybe?
No, you did the flip.
This pan is super hot. Holy shit. Okay, we'll leave that for a little bit. You have tongs? I don't have fucking tongs, my dude.
No tongue, Andy. I'm cringing over here. All right, folks. The next thing we're talking about is Ferociously Steph, aka Twitch Deer Girl. But before we get to that, I'm afraid we do indeed have some donations to roll through. Haven't we talked about her 4 times? Why again? Because we haven't done anything for a YouTube clip, and this is getting out of hand. We have to talk about it, okay? Okay. All right, we're getting to it, folks. We're getting to it. Also, stop donating. Pancom the $10. You all say you have loved democracy, yet you haven't voted in my poll. And the link you have given me is, at least by all appearances, not functioning. Excellent. Nicely done, comrade. You have done it. Maybe it'll pop up later. I love you, comrade. Bethalden, thank you for the gift of the tier 1 sub, comrade. I really appreciate it. Duke Beardsley, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. I really appreciate it. And Geronimo Roeder with the $100 donation. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. That is incredibly generous of you. Jesus Christ, you're always so kind to me. I can't help but realize right now that it might actually be 100 degrees in this room. Oh my god, holy shit. I think I have to turn off Lizard's little fucking lamp. Because I need to do, like, anything to lower the total amount of fucking thermal energy. Alright, Lizard, you can... Yes?
Max isn't home and the neighbors are quiet. Do you want to just open the door in both windows for a bit? While you read donos?
I'll just open this door. This is enough. Clear way.
My booby, hold on.
Yeah, clear way.
Open your window.
No!
Yeah.
No, I hate the window.
Dude, but it gets the air out quicker.
Nope.
Do it.
Nope.
Do it or I'll come in with my tits out.
Don't. This is enough.
It's a threat.
I'll close and lock the door. Keep your boobies in. What? Get. Nope. Can't trust her and her booby threats. Valaith with the $20. Thank you, comrade. Legend of Korra never gets the recognition it deserves. Maybe, yeah. Well, I think it's still pretty popular. People are just mean to it, I think, more so than is necessary. Sake Tanuki with the $20. Firelord Ozai was voiced by Mark Hamill. True! And a great job he did. Though Ozai was probably like the weakest character in the entire series. I still, still liked him. Pancom, here we go. Your poll has finally come out. Rate the games you'd like to see on Pancom's stream. This isn't your stream, motherfucker. How dare you? But okay, I'll post it in chat. There you go, folks. You have to decide what shit Pancom plays. All on you. I believe in you, okay? Felix Argyle with the $10 because you don't stream in Australia-friendly times. I can't stick around, but thanks for being an ally. No problem, comrade. Sorry you had to be born in Australia. I am sweaty, Gunik. And Geronimo Roder with the $20. Oh god, please, not another vegan debate. Ha! It turned out to be even more insufferable than a vegan debate. Nigel Farage, the £5. Vosh, have you heard about Hungary no longer recognizing trans people? Sad stuff. Hey, it's okay, my dude. Trump can win his second term. We have trans-friendly Discord servers, okay? There's no... What?
Please open the door.
No. No, you're being annoying.
I'm not being annoying. Open it and I'll stop being annoying.
They're gonna clip this.
Open it and I'll stop being annoying.
Okay, can you keep your tits away?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't trust these hoes. Truick Darby. Mozart, thank you for the gifted 2 on side, comrade. I really appreciate it. 21st Century Socialist with the $10. Might as well share this and support the stream. Oh yeah, I saw this. This is really funny. In a better world, right? It actually matches the art style pretty much perfectly. Look at that. It's good shit, comrade. Deers. You're doing it up. It's literally Vosh this time, actually. Shostako Lich the $15. Mexie question. Uh-oh, I'm really sorry, comrade. What do you think of the vegans who think intersectional veganism is narcissistic because it detracts from the animals? Well, Mexie's not here and probably wasn't going to answer that question anyway, but my answer is that it's probably pretty dumb, comrade. Probably pretty dumb. Agreed, Kirk Caldwell. Anthony and Ferdos Yoldashev, thank you both so goddamn much with the $5. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I can't even talk about that fucking conversation. A Jew for you with the $25, unironically electing Trump to own the DNC. I hate it here. Yep, I'm sorry, comrade. It's all right. We'll have to just beat him out. Agreed. IMO, we need some leftist, highly masculine spaces as well, though. Yeah, 100%. I mean, ideally, we should be deconstructing all gendered norms, but that doesn't mean we can't, like, make it comfortable for everyone. That's one of the reasons why I like doing what I do, because all the fucking YouTube lefties before me are all, like, queer, lady, funny, emasculated. Can I just read donos? You're nearly visible.
I know he's sleepy. Take it.
Oh my god.
I brought him from sleeping.
Thanks for putting a shirt on first. True. True, DevShug. Keldog, DevShug, and Ashobi, thank you so much with the for the $5 donations, comrade. I really, really, really appreciate it. Love Mexie, but standpoint epistemology can only grant perspective. It doesn't guarantee correctness. People can't usually be like hyper philosophically consistent in the purview of a debate. I don't really think that's like possible for the most part. Geronimo Roder with $20. Thank you. You've been so kind to me today, dude. Can she stop arguing with feelings? I'm a black European. I would vote for Biden because I D all the damage Trump did. I fear all the damage Trump did. I can't really parse that one, comrade, but I trust and believe in you. Oh, you're so sleepy. Sleepy beans. This is painful. Mexie is just a dishonest woke scold. Yeah, and thank you, Idler Wheel, for the 2-1 sub. Oh man, we still got a few to go through. I love you guys. I hope you know that, okay? Kyle won't debate because he's a beta and can only formulate one-level arguments and can't justify them. He'd get dunked on harder than Biden will by Trump. Yeah, maybe. Maybe and possibly. Ooh. Such a cute look. So sleepy. Sleepy. Baby. Just unsub to Mexie, she's bad faithing hard right now. This is a shit show. Yeah, you can all do what you want. And agree, Comrade Thaler. Thank you for the dear one sub. Jimmy Hamilton with the $2. Thank you. And True Absurdism with the $2. Better someone from the left deconstruct and challenge bad ideas from our side than someone on the right. If we don't stomp out bad arguments, it gives the right ammunition. Yeah, I didn't even get to talk about that, which really, really bothered me. Jesus Christ. I didn't even get the chance to talk about how it makes us stronger if we hold our leftist comrades to a higher degree of scrutiny. Agreed, Kirk Godwell. This is all I could think of listening to Mexie refuse to actually engage with your arguments.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like, your opinion, man.
True. God, it's so frustrating when people don't actually seem like they care about listening to what I'm saying. What was that? What are people linking me? What is this? This better not be drama. Is this problematic? This probably isn't problematic. Oh, that's so tiny, but I'm holding a baby. I can't zoom in. So you think someone has to convince you you've done something wrong in order for you to apologize? Yes. At least that's what I think it says. I can't read. Gorthalax, Kirk Codwell, and Taylor Wright, and Stuart Kading, thank you so much each for the $5, comrade. I really, 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 really appreciate it. Arguing with leftists and potential allies should not be about eviscerating. She's right in that context, and that's where this argument started. Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that. What if there are super weirdly bad faith arguments people are making from the left, and they won't, like, engage with anything other than that? You know what I mean? Like, that's, like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm in favor of whatever leads to the best outcome. Sometimes eviscerating people on the left are the best, in my humble opinion. RockJB2D with the tier 1 sub, thank you, comrade. And Stuart Keating with the 10 Australian, I recommend avoiding terms like win and or eviscerate leftists because they're going to take it on a surface level, just treat them like cowards. Yeah, I feel like I actually have to do that. I think that's actually what I have to do from now on. Whenever I'm talking with a leftist, I always have to assume they're just 30 IQ points lower than me and that they're incredibly cowardly. Like, that's basically what, ooh, stretch, stretchy, woo. I think I actually have to do that. Like, I'm not trying to be problematic or anything, but the way people after the Mexie debate were like, the way you used the term win could have hurt her feelings, you know? Like, I think I actually have to treat it like I'm talking to children, like, every time. You know what I mean? Do you guys agree? Like, is that not a reasonable assessment, a reasonable interpretation of what's gone on here? Like, every time I argue with these types, I have to treat them like children? Like, okay, now, what if somebody's talking to me and they disagree with this thing? What should I do? You are so sleepy. Not in a condescending way, though. I mean, yeah, because I don't get to be condescending. They get to be condescending, but I don't get to be condescending. Look at him. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? All right, go back to bed. You are loved. Be free. I need both hands to manipulate my computer.
No!
Go, get him.
Artemis, come here.
Nope, he's going to stand right there, so you have to be in frame.
It's my hair, okay?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay. Oh, God. Okay. She's using feeling over fact logic unironically. What if we were to consider every Nazi's feelings and not debate them at all then? Yeah, there's a fundamental hypocrisy there where they want you to treat leftists with a different standard than conservatives on like a fundamental, like logical level. Not just like maybe be nicer to your allies, but like you need to literally apply different thresholds of logical expectation with lefties than you do with conservatives, which is really strange. It's basically just them admitting their arguments can't stand up to scrutiny. I was kind of concerned from the start when she called us more economically left than socially. Yeah, that's the funny thing. I feel like you could argue there are more radlibs in my community than there are tankies or class reductionists or whatever. Um, like, I rarely talk about econ stuff, you know? Econ shit's boring, baby. Radical Autism with the incredibly generous $50. She is sadly what I thought the whole left was back in my chud days. Glad I found you when I did. Your autism is as radical as ever, comrade. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Can you explain class reductionist and why it's bad? Class reductionism is the idea that, actually, class reductionism is what she did. Class reductionism is the idea that if that wealth triumphs all other forms of social prejudice, and that therefore we only need to challenge wealth. And when I asked her about the Morgan Freeman example, she said, well, Morgan Freeman's a millionaire, so he doesn't really experience racism. That was literally a class reductionist argument. Back at that point, we weren't in full debate mode, so I didn't call her out in it. I really fucking should have, dude. I can't believe that she implied my community is full of class reductionists earlier, and then she literally made a class reductionist argument directly to me after taking time to think about it. Thank you, Radical Autism. Yeah, like millionaires don't experience racism. Oh yeah, nobody was racist towards Barack Obama, dude. Racism is over, my dude. We just need to make all black people wealthy. Haha, forehead. Sounds like she doesn't understand intersectionality. Nah, Mexie's intelligent. She does understand intersectionality. The problem is all of them are fucking emotional and they get triggered as shit whenever they talk to me. They don't think I'm a good faith interlocutor. They think I'm a big bad, meanie, straight white man. So when they talk to me, they don't actually give a fuck about making good arguments. They just care about putting me in my place because they think I'm just another hyper fragile, toxic white bro, dude bro debater whose main problem is that he needs to shut up and listen to the voice of like the fucking minorities. It's incredibly patronizing, and that's the reason why she didn't bring any arguments. Yeah, stay in your lane. Yeah, she had a PhD. Jesus Christ. PhD in? Oh, I don't know. I just know she has a PhD. Nice try, Gaby fan. DeGero with the incredibly kind $20. Fucking false. I always thought H-Bomber Guy and Contra were cringe until I started watching Vosh and was pulled left, and now I know I'm not the only one. Yep, gotta meet people where they're at. In the immortal words of Lenin, you have to meet people at the level of radicalization they have experienced. That's just how it is, baby. Sucks to suck. In this example, I am the one who sucks. We all suck, okay? Ugh. Dirty glasses. Shane Marshall with $20. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. I'm sorry I'm going through these really quickly. I think I have to as a matter of necessity. Thank you, Ben Grapples, for the $10. I really appreciate it. And agreed, Sabowar, we should be holding people on the left to a higher standard. You know who I want to hold to a low standard? People who are just coming into the left. That's how you bring people in. Oh, wow, you think that America needs healthcare and maybe systemic racism is an issue? Okay, yeah, okay, cool. Let's talk about that. Now let's talk about some other ideas. What do you think about trans people, you know? But if I'm talking with people who are already leftists, I need these people to be lockstep. You people are fucking content creators. It's your job to make us look good. If you're a fucking leftist content creator and you can't make yourself look good, like in a public forum, what the fuck am I supposed to say about that? Like, that bears so negatively on you. Like, why? Maybe Technomech. Thank you, Lysemia. And Summer 1 with $10, giving a bigger donation than usual because that discussion was really hard to sit through. I love that type of stuff, you know? I'm not looking forward to the Twitter discourse, but on a fundamental level, I fucking adore conversations like that. No matter what you guys in chat say, I think I come off looking really, really, really good in those conversations, at least to my target demographic. Oh yeah, this is one of the tweets that I saw from her. I don't know who needs to hear this, but if someone tells you you've done harm, you don't need to try and prove they're wrong for being harmed. That's the ego's form of defense. Yeah, this is literally just abuser logic. If anyone tells you that you've harmed them, you have to apologize and kowtow and beg and scrape for forgiveness. They don't have to prove anything. All you have to do is hold. I should do this like in the reverse. Like, Mexie, you unironically hurt my feelings. That was ableist of you to say I wouldn't get along with others in real life. I should have just drawn that out for like 30 minutes at the end. Would have been pretty bad faith of me, but like, Jesus Christ. Maybe later, Cyborg Jen. Thank you for the $5. It's me, Depression, Cyborg Jen, and Free Thoughtstorm. Thank you all so goddamn much for the $5. I really, really appreciate that. That is very, very kind of you. Most of the people in chat don't actually know what bad faith looks like. If you've been watching me debate other people for long enough, you've seen what bad faith looks like, okay? Zach, no last name with the $10. Destroyed isn't how you discuss in this context. Vosh is right, but probably easier to describe what he wants by laying out deontology versus consequentialism and laying out what he perceives as a sound argument. Dude, I don't think anywhere in that discussion there was room for us to have an argument on epistemic, like logical, like epistemic logical arguments, you know? I don't think there was room in that discussion for that, okay? When people are making claims like, I don't think Biden would do any of the things, I think Biden and Trump would be the same, this is empirically falsifiable. I don't need to, like, step back and, like, yeah, I don't know, dude. I didn't know she was a Bernie or Buster. I fucking hate the left. I despise you people so much. Not you guys, but like the left in general. You're all so bad at what you do. There's no fucking wonder we're being run by fascists right now. You're so fucking incompetent. You guys can't defend any of your fucking positions. You have no idea how to efficaciously engage in coalition building or moving people over to the left. You have literally like no idea what you're doing. It's insane to me. I just have a sociology degree and I watched Destiny for like a decade, and that's all the expertise it took for me to single-handedly be better than almost any other left tuber at doing the things that I want to do. Doesn't that make you guys feel weird? Doesn't that feel strange to you that it took like that little? It didn't take any weird connections on my part or a bunch of investment. It literally just took me fundamentally understanding how to engage in basic forms of argumentation, and that's all it took for me to surpass a huge number of people on this platform. Does that make them feel weird, do you think? Do they look at me growing rapidly in size, getting, what, 4 million views the past month, and they think like, oh, well, whatever. Yeah, toxic debate bros have their champion now, I guess. I get that's probably how it comes off to them. They don't reflect on it at all. They don't think like, oh, maybe this means like there are different ways of approaching these conversations that I can engage in. No, they just like, it just rolls right off their head. Just rain dripping down the skull. Vosh, it kind of feels like all you care about is looking good to outsiders, no matter how much the left you divide/alienate. Dude, I don't divide or alienate the left at all. People come at me. I don't fucking divide or alienate the left even slightly. I've said that these woke scoldy types even have a place within our community. They attack me for being a crazy debate bro or whatever. I don't alienate any of them. I've reached out to all of them to ask them to come on and break bread with me. They don't do it. I'm not the alienated. I'm not the alienator here. I'm the alienated. I am the one who has been left out of the discourse. The only reason I'm taking even remotely seriously is because I'm getting so big so quickly. That's the only reason why. It's just about power and clout to them. If I was half the size I was now, Mexie never would have come on. The only reason she gave a fuck is because I'm big. It has nothing to do with like a willingness to engage in coalition building. Love you too, I am not reality. Maybe, David. Maybe sometime in the future. Okay. Yeah, Gorthalax, I don't know if that collab is going to happen. The first step of convincing people is to acknowledge the validity of their feelings first, even if they are in bad faith. Yeah, good thing that I did. At the beginning of the conversation, I said how I can understand how people feel marginalized by like the perceived toxicity of my community, and that I want to talk with them about that. I literally opened the discussion with Mexie by acknowledging all the concerns that she had, but then I said, now let's talk about them and see how sincere they are. How legitimate are these concerns? That's where she fucked up. I did everything right in that conversation. My only crime there was like being even remotely contentious with another lefty. That's it. That's the only thing that I did wrong. Maybe I should have rolled over on my back and let her attack my exposed stomach or something. That would have been the optimal move. Maybe, Dr. Lobster. Roxy Cherry with a tier 3 sub. Thank you. I do like you, dude. I'm a big fan, but I do think you both looked very silly here, and I'd love to steelman parts of our argument to you at some point. You don't have to, because I'm more intelligent than her, at least in this respect, and I can steelman all her arguments in my own head. I don't need her to, like, reiterate them at me. Her arguments are just wrong. So yeah, I appreciate the donation though. I don't need anyone to do that. I can do it in my own head. I've already considered all of these arguments in my head. I just wish when people came here to talk to me about my relationship to the left, they came here with some better game than, ooh, you make woke scolds feel bad. I do wish they came to me with a little bit better fire. Remember last night when I was talking to that Nosbol and he was like, I can invalidate 90% of your arguments, and then we talked for 2 hours and he fell back on every single point? That's kind of how I feel. The difference is that Nosbol was brave enough to actually argue with me and not balk at the concept of defending his ideas. Because unironically, the right is way the fuck better at this than the left is. Not as good as me, but way the fuck better. True capitalism SX. The Bogle with the $20. Thank you, comrade. If a traditional conservative like Jordan Peterson went to Mexie in good faith to say she's hurting women because of third wave feminism, would she apologize? Fucking nope! Because of some weird double standard twisted alt-reality logic where you have different standards of logical application to lefties and to conservatives. Addy with the $10. Vosh, I think you two just have a fundamental difference in viewpoints. I love you though, and you are correct, IMO. Yeah, I mean, sure, we have different viewpoints. Hers is just like wrong. That's it. Guys, there's so much, guys, it's not that hard to beat me in an argument. Every day I wake up and I think, oh God, I am pretty weak on these specific points. It's not my fault everyone who comes at me is like bad at it. Like I know my weaknesses. Like it's not like I'm fucking invulnerable or anything. Even on the woke scold shit, like I know for a fact, like there are people who come on and just fucking annihilate me if they use the right argumentative tactics and if they brought up the right pieces of data. But they haven't done that because they can't do that. And by the way, that's a good thing. That's a very good thing because it means that I'm open to having my mind changed. Just found this. I hate you guys. It feels like I'm being really braggadocious, but I'm going to be like level with you guys. Can you be honest with me? Can you be honest with me? How am I supposed to feel when this is the quality of discourse that I get from everyone else? Like what else am I supposed to do? I don't know if I have an alternative. Like, people are like, I'm egotistical, but then like everyone who comes and debates me is like that? Like, I don't know. Like, what am I supposed to do with that information? Seriously, Vosh, have you ever changed your mind in the past year? Yes, I've changed my mind in a number of economic positions. I've changed my mind on a number of issues regarding trans people. I've changed my mind on other issues concerning race relations, particularly surrounding the black nationalism arc. I've changed my mind in a number of things concerning historical events. I've changed my mind in a number of things on fundamental epistemic philosophy. Yeah, I've changed my mind on plenty of things. Usually when I change my mind on something, I announce it on stream. Yeah, they just don't care because they see me and I'm just big and scary. So they just think, I'll never change my mind, you know? Villainous Flow with a very kind $25. That was fucking horrible. I didn't realize how fucking spineless and abusive Mexie was. What the fuck? She doesn't know shit about this community? Yeah, well, none of them do. Like, yeah. Thank you very much, Cameron. I really appreciate it. Bosch, Mexie's main issue seems to be you challenge POC's idea in a rude/toxic masculine way and didn't reflexively kowtow. Seems like pure idpol. Yeah, it was liberal idpol. Yeah, like it was. Like, you, as a white person, you can't criticize, like, black people or whatever. Yeah. It was, yeah. Really weird. Tits Kits with a very generous $20. Her way of engaging mess with me. I've been on the giving and receiving ends of discussions where someone shuts down and just says, yeah, whatever, it sucks. Well, that's okay, because it's like optical poison for her. I look really good when she doesn't actually listen to any of the things that I say. What is this? Whores me with the $2. The optics were horrible, unironic megalomaniac vibes. I feel this is the first Sargon debate all over. Even if she is wrong, she looked better. You guys are really annoying. If you think this is even if you think this is anything even remotely like the first Sargon, I don't know. I just don't see it from your perspective. I don't know. I don't know. That's a really weird. Maybe she looked better because she's like a woman or something. I don't know. Sounds like you're more concerned with being right in debates with leftists where she wants to find compromise with them. You don't This is why the left loses. If people have bad ideas, they need to be beaten out in the free marketplace of ideas. Unironically, you can't, oh my fucking God, dude. Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. No, I'm not going to compromise with bad ideas. I'm going to want those people. Even compromise requires them making arguments against me. You can't compromise with somebody who isn't actually making any positions. All right. No, sorry, guys. You want to move on. You shouldn't have sent me so many fucking donos. Redwitcher69, DeGiro, hey, Mr. Postman, shut up, Sphere, and Spau, and Shadow's Heart, thank you so fucking much for the $5. I do agree that she gaslit me. I love you all, and I've read all your donations, and they are up here in my brain mind. Up here, safe, cozy, in my wet meat space, okay? All right? Okay? Sell with the $10. The fragile left would fucking hate Marx, Lenin, etc., etc. today. Well, I still hate Lenin, but yeah, they would hate. I feel like the fragile left would hate like Bakunin, you know, like the fragile left would hate Kropotkin. Like I feel like the fragile, like everyone, you know. True to Jiro, yeah. I was the conservative in this argument, I guess. Is Mixer worse than Twitch? I mean, it's smaller. Bluebird, thank you for the tier 2 sub. She is literally being mentally abusive there. Yeah, well, it's okay. I almost broke the fuck down listening to her like that. Holy shit. Hey, it's okay, my dude. I can take it, all right? Don't worry. I am not very easily emotionally swayed, okay? Laura Stark with the $25. Thank you so much. Sorry, mate, she was just patronizing at the end. You were actually too mild towards her. Yeah, there seems to be some contention on that issue specifically. Wonder how many people in chat feel like I was too loose with her, you know? Maybe we can actually hit like a perfect middle where the exact same number of people think I was too harsh and too loose. Maybe, I don't know. True, Araxiel. Truth doesn't exist, baby. You ask if I'm in the interpersonal or the social space business. Neither. I'm in the empire business. From Heisenvosh. Thank you, Johnny Be Good. I need to rewatch Breaking Bad sometime soon. Okay, oh shit, we're gonna... Oh, okay. We're gonna get through a few more of these, okay? Zero with the $10, thank you. I would have never even considered moving further left. She took way too personal offense to you making arguments, which is the thing that pushes people left. I mean, yeah. I mean... I don't know. Maybe people are going to be convinced to move further to the left by people saying that actually you shouldn't criticize black people when they have bad opinions. I don't know. I don't know, Jakey Fakey. Sake with the $20. You must be super charitable to people who won't be charitable to you because suffering is essential to leftism. Why can't suffering be essential to them? The funny thing is, people say so much that my, like, toxic debate bros harass people on Twitter, but sometimes I look at the fucking... Sometimes I actually look at the conversations that people have on Twitter where they shit talk me. I don't see my fans in there, like, ever. Like, ever. I never see that shit. I do name search myself sometimes because I have nothing to do, and I'm bored or something. And there will be, like, Woskilds will be like, huh... Here's a clip from a year and a half ago of Vosh saying the R slur. Some ally. And then it'll have 200 likes, and all the comments underneath it will be like, yeah, Vosh is definitely some kind of Nazi. He probably likes raping people. And somebody else says, that's very true. I agree. Vosh does like raping people. And then way buried at the bottom, there will be one person who says, I don't know. I kind of like Vosh. What's so wrong with him? With like 6 comments and 0 likes. That's my experience every single time I look on Twitter. I don't see like these legions of my fans going out to harass people. I just see like very mild, tepid people inquisitively asking why everyone else seems to think I'm a rapist. That's my experience too. Yeah, like I just don't think I would need to see. I feel like I don't trust any of these people, dude. I feel like these people are. I don't know. I feel like these people just want to gaslight me. I need evidence in the future. If somebody wants to say I have a toxic community, I need screenies. I need screenshots. Yeah, exactly, Zan. Okay. Lexify, debate me on why you looked bad? No. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Bug Girl with $3. Thank you very much, comrade. Stuart Keating with the 10 Australian. Thank you very much. Anyone who calls out impropriety on all sides leads to their team feeling betrayed. The only lefty you can call out without any stress is Joshua for Congress, at least for now. Yeah, the funny thing is, people shit-talking Joshua for Congress are doing so like with way more vitriol than I've done to any of the other lefties. What is this little tuft of hair? I need a haircut so badly, dude. When I first started growing my hair out, I got this little tuft of cut hair right at the front, see? That didn't like get pulled back, and now it just gets cut along with the rest of my hair. Don't cut your hair? No, like this hair. Like this hair. This is too long. Window Dazzler, thank you for the $5. The Lax, thank you very much for the $7. I agree, and thank you very much. I was too charitable to her. Duly noted. Laura Stark, thank you very much, comrade. You can apparently be as passive-aggressive as possible, but any level of regular aggression is unacceptable. Yeah, that's another pattern I've noticed. It's super okay to be really passive-aggressive and bitchy, but if you're, like, directly aggressive, like, then it's, like, impugned. I think it's because passive-aggressiveness is considered to be a feminine, like, way of being, like, mean to people, whereas regular aggression is considered a masculine way of being mean to people, and there are elements of the online left that actually unironically like just despise all masculinity, like as a concept. I think it's pretty sexist, right? The idea that the idea that like passive aggressiveness is inherently better. I would say passive aggressiveness in many cases is actually a lot worse. At least it entails like room for a lot more mistreatment of other people, I think. Unless like by aggression we mean like literally like attacking people, but I'm talking to a person over Discord, so I think in the context of that, I feel like passive aggressiveness can be just as, if not more, like detrimental. Agreed, Xanderhall. Mexie is one of the reasons. God, I wonder if I'll... Oh my... Sean! Well, we'll get to the dono when we get to the dono, I guess, because we're doing them sequentially. Comrade. Jesus Christ. Geronimo Rotor, I think you did good. She was super bad faith. True. Thank you very much for the $20, comrade. I really appreciate it. Dodaka with the $5. Thank you very much. Oh, boy. Alexandra Iltonen, Mythaldu, and McKinley, thank you so much for your respective donations. I really appreciate it, comrade. Alexandra Iltonen, yeah, it does remind me a little bit of abusive friendships. Good thing I don't give a fuck about any of these people. And Mythaldu with the $20, I don't think she was bad faith, but incapable of understanding, which is not on you. The English online left needs your rigorous logic. Yeah, I don't think my rigorous logic, that's not the Sean, guys. There's no way. I don't think that like my pursuit of like logical argumentation comes from my autism. I think it's just a very basic standard other people don't hold themselves to. I love you too, McKinley. I'm really glad you enjoy the content. Maybe Andy. Thank you, Andy Trax and Amber 35 with the $5 respectively. I really appreciate it, comrade. Just saw the second Timba on Toast video on O'Keefe. Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, hell yeah. Thank you. Harbor with the tier 1 sub, thank you. And I with the tier 1 sub. It's painful to see that kind of behavior on our side. Keep doing what you're doing, comrade. I will keep doing. Dardis, we're almost there. Dardis with the very generous $20. Apparently they give out PhDs in those goodie bags. People like Mexie or YM and ML. How many PhDs did Inessa Armand have? None. Well, of course, the revolution will always be led by the people who didn't graduate high school, right? Like the most workery of all workers are going to be the ones who dish it out. But yeah, you better be one of the good MLs. Curmudgeon with the 40 yen. Vosh, my favorite classical liberal. Thank you, comrade. Always repping. You're making the fucking liberals in chat real happy. Urban Legend with $20. I think you handled it the best that you could. Kind of worried about the inevitable fallout. I think the fallout is going to be fine. I feel so righteous and morally comfortable in how I performed there that I don't really care if there's any blowback. I don't care. Like, I think my optics were just fine. I've survived so many cancellations. I don't give a fuck. LSD Trails, the $20. I never understood why there's such an aversion on the left towards confrontation and intensity. I get they might have bad experiences with aggressive people, but that doesn't mean shows of strength and dominance are 100% bad. Yeah, I think it's just the femininity of the left. I understand that makes me sound like a fucking Jordan Peterson fan when I say it that way, but I legitimately do think it's that. I do think there are a lot of like cringy like lefties who think that like masculinity is bad or like they're trying to purge it in themselves. Which, mind you, of course, gender is bad, but I don't know if that's the right way to go about it, you know? The problem is you appear aggressive and confrontational. The wording you use makes you unapproachable. I don't know, Sylv. I was engaging in such good faith before, like, Mexie started being fucking weird. I don't know. No, we don't need to talk about it. Demon of Phoenix Fire, thank you so much for the $5 comment. I really, really appreciate it. And, yeah, agreed, Bug Girl. Passive aggressiveness, baby. Gurgly Kiss, thank you for the £2. And I think that's all the donos that we're going to do right now because holy shit, you guys are super generous. I don't even see on my feed that $250 donation yet. We're gonna have to get there, but I'll do that one now. You know what? I'll do that one right now. Sean Hurst, thank you so much, so goddamn much for the $250 donation. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that incredible generosity. That is real fucking kind of you. Jesus Christ, thank you. It is not, of course, the Sean. I believe we would know if it was. But thank you very much, Sean, for the $250. I don't even know what to say, really. I promise I will dedicate every one of those $250 towards making the left as inhospitable for sensitive people as possible. All the minorities, every single cent that you just donated to me is going towards a long-term project of ruining the left and turning it into a nosball, hyper-masculine space. All right? There we go, baby. There we go, baby. We did it. How have your opinions on trans people changed in the last year? You mentioned that earlier. You guys aren't going to like it because it's probably a negative example, but... there have been a few ways in which my position on gender abolitionism has changed a little bit, I think, and the compatibilism between pursuing trans people's gender identities now versus gender abolitionism. But the trans athlete thing is really up in the air academically. I'm going to be removing that section from the research document. It's actually a really, really complicated subject, and I don't feel comfortable taking a hard stance on that. It's not a moral position on my part, it's just an empirical one. That's it. That's it. I'm not. Now, I'll still argue against people who cry out about the trans people in sports because A, they don't give a fuck about women's sports normally. They're pretending to because they shit on trans people. B, this is not anywhere near as much of a problem as people pretend it is. And C, they use it as a broader excuse to shit talk trans people. So I'll still argue against those types. I have not yet, Sander Hall. Is the data in the doc bad, Vosh? No, it's just not a full meta-analysis. I don't think it represents the entirety of the data. The solution is to enable transition from an earlier age. Yeah, that's true. So here's the basic talk about it. The reason why, now we're talking about trans women, of course. So sports aren't fair. People are born with different genetic capabilities. Right now, we segment them into the sexes because there is a very, very wide gulf, generally speaking, between the sexes, between people born assigned female at birth and people who are assigned male at birth. Generally speaking. Now, are all women weaker than all men? No, of course not. Obviously not. That's stupid. But what about intersex women? There is no perfect system. We're just speaking generally about what we do. The reason for this is because generally people who are assigned male at birth are way the fuck better at most athletic events than people who are assigned female at birth. Now, if we cut out the sex division, female people will never ever participate in higher tier sports ever again. So that's probably not a good solution. Like, do you really want that? Like, that kind of sucks, you know? Like, if we just have it so it's intersex, like everyone can just do it in the same round, there will never be a professional female bodybuilder ever again. That's probably not great. So the issue that we're having right now is that transgender women carry with them certain advantages. Sadabra, I'm not saying women, I'm saying people who are assigned female at birth. Because there are people who aren't assigned female at birth who are women. Anyway, just do it by weight or measurement. All of these metrics will always bias in favor of people assigned male at birth. Every single one. Weight class will always be biased. Height will always be biased, no matter what. It's always going to be biased in people assigned male at birth people for most sports. Now, anyway, the point that I'm trying to get at here, esports is the future. Okay, the issue is that doesn't that have to do with hormone levels, not genitalia? Yeah, but they correspond, and we can't do a hormone test on everyone who participates in sports. Do you want like high schoolers to all have to have like hormone? No. Okay, it's complicated and there's no perfect system, okay? But the point is, in the sex system that we have right now, where you have assigned female at birth and assigned male at birth, or men and women who do their own separate things in most sports categories, with that being said, they do drug testing, not in all sports. Okay. Went on hormone testing? Because hormone testing would also fall in line with... Okay, wait. Okay, I'm actually going to figure it. Okay, hold on. We need to actually finish this point, okay? This is kind of a bad take. No, it's not. I'm literally repeating the scientific consensus on this, okay? Why doesn't weight class and height work? Because assigned male at birth people of the same weight as an assigned female at birth person would, on average, crush that female person. Same with height. In every case. On average, in every case, in every sport. There's no like set metric that's good. Now, please, holy fuck. The main issue is that for transgender women, these women went through a male puberty. And the male puberty that they went through meant that their muscles and bones were bathed in a higher level of andron sensitivity, which means that they developed growth that wouldn't be possible if they were assigned female at birth. The solution to this is to have trans women transition earlier. If you have trans women go take puberty blockers and then they transition without having ever taken a male puberty, they will be hormonally and athletically basically identical to cisgender women. So that's what we need to push for. If we can get transgender people to transition at the best possible age, if we can work on that, then we'll make it much more likely that people can participate fairly in sports. That's basically it. Bones, yes, but muscles are dependent on the current dominant hormone. Yeah, but bones matter a lot. And even then, there are ways in which the androgen sensitivity for bone muscle structure can help, even if it's years removed from your transition. That's the reason why I've pulled back in my opinion on this. I was okay with trans women having different bone structure and that not being too big of an issue, but the fact that muscle structure seems to carry advantages from pre-transition, even after 2 years of hormone taking, that made me move over to ambivalence on it. All we need to do is push people to transition earlier. That would fix the issue. Right there, baby. And then trans women and trans men can both participate in men's and women's respectively, or whichever. They can participate in the field that they want to. That would be preferable. Does that make sense? Does everyone get that? What about the trans people who want to be athletes now but never had the chance for early transition? Well, I mean, that's just one of the fundamental unfairnesses of the system. There's a statistically significant chance that a person like that would have an advantage if they're a trans woman. Would we rather exclude these people from sports, create a new league for them, or would we rather let them come in even if there's a bias in favor of them? That's a really tough decision. It's not an easy question to answer, which is why this is a difficult question that I take my hands off of. I will always defend trans people. I will always defend trans people participating in sports in an abstract. But as for this moment, the way to do that is to push for earlier transitions and not to push for just fully integrated leagues, in my opinion. But it's a complicated subject, and I hope that all of us can respect the fact that this is an incredibly difficult and very new updating topic for which there is no very clean or easy answer. And we're doomed to the dear girl, okay? How early would they have to transition for it to make a difference? They can't undergo the puberty of the sex they were born into. That's what they would need to avoid. Oh, just give me a second. Kind of a bad look here, Vosh. Can you guys stop saying that anytime I say something that anyone would disagree with? I'm literally just repeating the scientific consensus on the issue. Do you think it makes you look good when you're reading science and you're like, oh, well, this doesn't fit my agenda. Oops, problematic. Can you stop doing that? It makes us look really bad. Sophie Snoo, I didn't see your points. You need to stop talking about optics. Your audience is driving itself insane on it. Yeah, I don't know if my audience is capable of understanding what are good and bad optics. I think you guys just need to stop talking about it personally. It's not an insurmountable advantage, though, Vosh. It just puts them in the higher tiers. Yeah, but that's a bias, Sophie Snoo. I'm not saying all trans women will always athletically perform better than all cis women. That would be ridiculous, and it's not the case. I'm just saying that it's a bias, you know? A statistically significant one at that. Yeah. Okay. The biological essentialism argument can hurt AFAB people who have abnormal hormone levels. I'm not making that argument, though. I'm just saying that right now we don't have a better solution than just having... We would... I'm not arguing in favor of biological essentialism. I'm just talking very specifically about a very specific... Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, wait. This is pretty funny. Life is suffering. Okay. Once. Oh yeah, here, chat. Have a link. That one goes on Twitter. Okay. That's a Twitter one. Okay. Can we check back on Destiny? Okay. We check back on Destiny for 1 second, and then we do the Deer Girl. Well. He's dead. I am busting for a piss. This is the most scuffed ass stream in the fucking world. Here, just enjoy this image. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. What's wrong with being fragile? Also, I know there's existing research that says trans people can participate in sports, but I've looked at more meta-analyses and the data is very ambiguous at the moment. It's a difficult question. You can defend trans people while acknowledging that some questions are difficult to immediately answer.
Hello.
Guys, Humphrey is being so fucking cute. Holy crap. I was standing next to the banister of the staircase and I was talking to Hyena and I had one of my hands held out and it was next to Humphrey's face and he stood like on his back legs to rub his face against my hand. It was so fucking cute, dude. Holy shit. I love cats. They're really, really cute. I like dogs too, but I don't know if I'm as much of a dog person, personally. Elon is crying on Twitter. We can't let ourselves get distracted anymore. We can't. We can't do it. We can't do it. I've been wanting to talk about this for a while. Okay. Let me just get the resources up here. 1 second. Oh god, Elon losing it over cancel culture, it's not a meme. Elon was always going to turn out to be a far right-winger, obviously. What else could Elon possibly be? He's an egomaniac, narcissistic billionaire. Like what, like obviously. Like whatever, what other possible outcome? Still, it does bode poorly for us. Cancel culture. Damn, totally worth 250,000 likes. What a big brain. Wow. I've heard this one from everyone on the internet before over the past 6 years. Very nice. I thought he was an Anson. Shut the fuck up. Oh yeah, guys, look. You guys know Harkdan? AKA Harkdan, Landlord Dan, the Landlord Man? No Japan? Look, I recolored his avatar thing. I'm really happy with that. He asked me to draw him like an evil, like, slumlord capitalist baron, so I did. I think I nailed it, honestly. I think it looks like him. Who? He's one of, he's a part of Destiny's community. Get a very penguin vibe? Yeah. Who is Dan? He's part of Destiny's community. He's like a huge POS, but he's actually funny as fuck. I mean, problematic faves, right? He's actually pretty amicable to me now. It's funny because for the longest time, Harkdan was actually, we'll just call him Dan. Dan was actually like super anti-me because at some point back when I was on Twitch, I made some offhand comment about Dan like being a landlord, so he has to die or whatever. And he mulled over it for a year, a literal year, literally a year. Every single time I would go into Destiny's chat after I was let back into it, he'd be like, huh, nice rapist, horsecock, abuser, piece of shit, sexist, transphobe, Vosh. Hey everyone, look at this piece of shit. He would literally like just sit there and just like shit talk. Like I wouldn't engage with it or anything. But then one day he messaged me. He was like, "Hey, I'm done with shit talking you. Can we be friends now?" And I was like, "Okay." And that's where we're at. It's actually one of the most refreshing. God, I wish I could get that from the lefties, dude. That's what I want from everyone else here. Yeah, he was literally like, "I'm bored about it." Like, yeah, he was. I wish I could get that. I wish I could get that from anyone else, dude. Any of the people on like fucking. Any of the people on Twitter or whatever, like, yeah. And then they're like, actually, whatever, can we just be friends now? If I got a message like that from Non-Compete or Mexie or Sean or anything like that, I'd be like, yeah, sure, I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking hold grudges. I don't care. It's really funny. Damn, I thought the horse meme was relatively new. Nah, the horsecock meme's been around for a while. Sean would never do that. Yeah, of course not. Yeah, if Thought Slime did it, like, I don't care. Hold on. Yeah, I know. Dave Rubin's trying to do the thing. Hold on. Where the fuck is that article? Chat lag time is insane right now. Is it? Marco! 3 seconds. That's not so bad. Safety advisory. Here we go. Okay, we did it. Do you want me to fix the chat delay? Watch this. Hello. Marco. There we go. Now that is a synchronized chat right there. Oh, baby. There we go. I love that button. White Nervosa, you give me too much power. All right. Let's get to it. I don't know how many of you watch live streams apart from the live stream that I do. Do any of you participate in Twitch culture? Hypers if you do. Throw up. Do you watch Twitch streamers? Do you watch anyone else? Or is it just me? Am I the boy? I see a mixed bag here. No need for a poll. We only need the mixed bag. A lot of you probably don't engage much with streamer culture in general. Well, for those of you who don't know, I was exiled from Twitch a little over a year ago because of some stuff. And while I am no longer a part of Twitch, I know many people from Twitch who I unfortunately can't talk to on stream, or at least not on their streams. And I mean, you know, I miss the old country, you know? But things have not all been well in the old country, I am afraid. You probably can reasonably guess that Twitch is a hotbed of, like, reactionary gamer shit, you know, by way of it being a gaming website for the most part. So enter Twitch, okay? They introduce the Twitch Safety Advisory Council. Ooh. So it's an advisory council. Basically, it's a collection of people who are meant to relay information to Twitch HQ and give them, you know, maybe some suggestions on how to best address toxicity and what have you within the midst of their community. Makes sense? Great idea. Let's take a look at the people here. Got Alex Holmes, Deputy CEO at a nonprofit, Legacy Young People of the Power to Change the World, founder of the peer-to-peer support program Anti-Bullying Ambassadors. Damn, okay, this guy's like doing shit out there in the world. Nice. And we got Carnage. This guy's a massive streamer. Huge streamer. Very prominent on Twitch. We got Cup-a-Noodle, partnered Twitch ambassador, mayor of Cupton, lover of zombies, music connoisseur. Probably not much going on here. Whatever. Like the glasses. Like this, what is this, 3 a.m. beanie? That's actually really cool. We have Emma Lanso, aka the Invisible Woman, director of Center for Democracy and Technology's Free Expression Project. Damn, okay, we got some professional creds here. Very nice. Nice, cool. Nice. Then we have Ferociously Steph, who we will be getting back to soon. Steph has been a full-time streamer since her debut, playing competitive collegiate Heroes of the Storm in 2016. She was one of the first transgender streamers to ever be partnered on Twitch, and the first to bring a transgender pride flag emote to the platform. That's, maybe a little bit of a reach there. Her fight for inclusivity includes creating a competitive team composed entirely of marginalized gamers and vehemently opposing non-inclusive mechanics such as voice chat. We'll get back there soon, okay? Then we have Dr. Samir Hinduja. I probably did not pronounce that correctly. A professor in the School of Criminology and Criminal Justice at Florida Atlantic University and co-director of the Cyberbullying Research Center. Damn, this guy sounds like super fucking accomplished. Holy shit. We got T.L. Taylor, professor of comparative media studies at MIT and co-founder and director of research for AnyKey. Damn, fuck. And then we've got Zizaran, who I believe is a friend of Destiny's, a Twitch partner who's been streaming since 2015, plays Path of Exile. Great, cool, phenomenal. Okay, so if we look through all of this, we can see that there's a little bit of a disconnect between the people who have professional academic accomplishments and people who are just like Twitch streamers. So this person, this person, this person, this person, and this person all seem to have, I mean, they seem to have done like some pretty cool stuff out in the IRL, right? And then we have the Twitch streamers. Carnage is massive. I think that his size justifies his presence here. I don't know that much about Cup-a-Noodle, I'm afraid. Not really relevant to me. And we have, of course, Ferociously Steph. And then we have Zizaran over here. I don't know much about Zizaran. Zizaran? I'm not entirely sure. So all here is well and good, it seems, but we do have a slight problem, and it is this woman, Ferociously Steph. So you may have heard when I was going over her credentials that Ferociously Steph has opposed non-inclusive mechanics such as voice chat. I want to talk about that in a second, but first, let's acknowledge the fact that Ferociously Steph, I think we can all say this fairly reasonably, looks a little bit SJW-esque, right? Colored hair. Steph is transgender. Obviously, gamers aren't having none of that. We got the flower in the hair. I'm not saying this in a negative way at all. Like holy shit. Like, my community is full of SJW types, okay? But this is nonetheless an archetype that is being invoked a little bit here, right? Can we accept that? Fine. So the issue here is that we got all these cool people together, and all of them except for one don't seem to have much baggage. But one of them has opposed non-inclusive mechanics such as voice chat. This is only the tip of the iceberg, but we're going to start here. For those of you who don't know, voice chat is pretty much an essential component of online competitive games. There is basically one game that does not have voice chat, and it is League of Legends, and everyone makes fun of League of Legends for not having voice chat. Voice chat is very, very important. Now, here is the argument presented by Ferociously Steph. It is a correct argument. Are you ready for it? The argument made by Ferociously Steph is that because voice chat is competitively necessary, and the fact that some people are more likely to be bullied off voice chat, like minorities, women, trans people, those people are more likely to not participate in voice chat, which means they're not going to be as competitively viable. Essentially, voice chat is a system for upping your game that will systemically exclude more minorities than hegemonic people. If you're trans and you go on voice chat on any game ever, you have been treated like shit. You have been treated like shit. I know for a fact there are a lot of trans women who I know personally have done the whole, they've heard the whole, hey, are you a boy or are you a girl? Are you a girl? You sound like just a little boy. Hey, what's up with you? What are you? That's like a common experience. Yeah, that happens a lot. And then sometimes it escalates to outright vitriol. Now, mind you, this isn't just trans women. Sometimes women too, like just all women get like treated poorly. And if you're a dude, hey man, if you're a minority or if you're a trans dude, like, hey, you like, there are a lot of people who get maligned in voice chat, which sucks. We are tired of women. No, I know. Aren't we all? But Steph's argument here is valid. Those groups of people are systemically discriminated against and excluded from voice chat. So the issue here is that enough of a reason to ban voice chat from games? No, we can't set back the competitive viability of the entire genre of esports for that. We can't. I don't think so. I don't. I recognize that as a white dude, cis white dude, I'm not going to get made fun of on voice chat. I've recognized that, but at the same time, I can't abide that. That seems like such an insane, that would be like getting rid of all stairs because like people in wheelchairs exist. Like you get rid of all stairs and now there can only be like ramps, I don't know if that would be, I don't know if that's a good one. So people got really mad at Ferociously Steph for Ferociously Steph's previously held opinion on voice chat, which was so important apparently that Twitch felt the need to include it in her profile on this blog post about the Safety Advisory Board. But that, my friends, is only the beginning of the iceberg. That is just the tip. We are not even close because the subreddit dedicated to Twitch called Livestream Fails has run with it, has taken issue with the presence of this person on the board. So if I go to Livestream Fail, top, past week, Twitch staff, by the way, Asmongold's take on the new drama about the deer. There are some people that should be afraid of me. Dear, a lot of you gamers are actually white supremacists. Wubby goes off on Twitch over deer. Knut being honest about Ferociously Steph. Oh, and then we've got a non-deer related one. Ferociously Steph assaults Soda Poppin'. Non-deer one. Twitch ambassador, by the way. I don't actually know if that one's about the deer or not. All the top posts from the past week have been about this one girl. And we're going to go over these clips and we're going to talk about them because, boy, howdy, I see brewing on the horizon some serious controversy over this person. This Ferociously Steph might actually end up being an instigatory factor in a new awakening of angry gamers. Gamergate 2, possibly. I'm not joking. I actually fear this might be the case. Yes, dear God. Haha, nice. Nice one. Very nice. I'm going to go over why people hate this woman so much, and I'm going to explain to all of you why the people who are obsessed with her are dumb idiots who should be finding something better to do with their lives, like getting a college degree, or maybe in some of their cases, finishing high school. Massive content warning to everyone right now.
Start and come back to here, maybe. Nice and soft. Round to the back of the head. Maybe down a little bit. What's nice about forest creatures is that they'll sort of give you feedback on your scritches. And they're pretty sensitive to scritches. So scritches in different areas get different reactions from forest creatures. You can get.
For those of you who survived that, welcome back. Hello. Nice. We did it. This was a suicidality test. If you all are still alive, you have a will to cling to life that is unmatched. I didn't survive. So, Ferociously Steph is a furry. But not just any furry. She's a furry. And this is a little bit of an issue. Now, some people have said that she is an otherkin. Other people have said to me that she is not an otherkin. There are tweets which support both sides of that story. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I don't care. We're going to proceed calling her a furry. Okay? That is what we are going to call her. So what you just watched was maybe the cringiest thing on the internet. I would say very, very possibly. There's a decent likelihood that is the cringiest clip on the internet. Really sorry you guys had to see it on this channel. I'm really sorry. So, Twitch staff, by the way. Now, I don't know about you guys, but in my personal... Okay, so we have to back up a little bit. Ferociously Steph is a Twitch streamer. And like me, another streamer, we do a lot of stuff here on stream that are wacky and unprofessional, okay? I have done little play acting. I have pretended to be a Morrowind character, you know? I've done the... Greetings, traveler. Like, I've done lots of wacky, unconventional stuff here, okay? Wacky and uncharacteristic stuff. I'm having a lot of fun here, okay? That's Oblivion? My bad. I've never played either game. Stop, you have violated the law. I've done a lot of wacky stuff on here. However, I don't think I've ever done anything approximating this. This feels sexual to me. Now, I know what a lot of people are saying. It's not sexual to have your head scratched. I would argue with, I would counter-argue, it is not inherently sexual to have your head scratched. But if you're making deer noises, while the person scratching your head is saying, oh yes, what a forest creature, I would argue that there is, if not a sexual connotation here, at the very least, something which exceeds the realm of normalcy for live streaming. Now, do I think she should have been banned for this clip? No, not at all. But it is very uncomfortable. It is very, very uncomfortable. And a lot of people have made the argument that people who behave this way should not be, in any way, shape, or form, a representative for Twitch. Okay, that's one argument. Here's another video clip. It will encourage fewer of you to die, but it is something we should watch anyway.
But I'm hanging in there, and I'm not going anywhere. I have power. They can't take it away from me. And honestly, you know, there are some people that should be afraid of me, and that they are, because I represent moderation and diversity, and I'm gonna come for hurtful, harmful people. If you're a really shitty person, I'm gonna stand up against you. Period. And Twitch is endorsing me to do that, so.
So, just in case any of you guys are curious, if you're put in a position of power in a multi-billion-dollar company, it's probably not a good idea less than a week later to go on stream and talk about how you have power and people should fear you, especially when you are already under an insane amount of scrutiny. That's probably not an excellent idea from an optical perspective. Probably not. Now, mind you, and I want to be really clear about this, Ferociously Steph is a progressive. I'm sure you guessed by looking at her, probably. And I probably agree with virtually everything Ferociously Steph would advocate for on Twitch. I do think that Twitch is, for the most part, a toxic shithole. Yeah, 100%. I think that if Steph and I talk, we'd be like, hey, gamers can be kind of fucking wild sometimes, can't they? And she'd be like, yeah, they can. Nya. That's a deer noise. And then I would say, we should do something to reduce problematic toxicity on Twitch. And she would say, brr, 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 or something to that effect. But we would agree. I think we would agree, for the most part. And for that reason, and I want to make this perfectly clear, I do not have a problem with Ferociously Steph. On a personal level, I don't. I'm sure I am in no way, shape, or form morally condemning her in any way, shape, or form. At all. Not even slightly. So let's keep that in mind as we continue with this specific discussion.
I'm just not cool with white supremacy, y'all. It's really not that. I think a lot of you gamers are actually white supremacists.
True.
Sorry. Just a fact of how I feel, which isn't a big.
Do you guys remember how just a few days ago I had a conversation on stream about how certain types of behavior are appropriate in some contexts, but not in other contexts with regards to Joshua for Congress? How it's okay for me to say, yeah, dude, abolish the CIA, fuck it. But if I was a congressperson, you probably wouldn't want me to go up there in the halls of Congress and say, abolish the CIA, dude, yeah, fuck it. And the reason for that is because people who are representative of different positions need to conduct themselves in different ways to maximize the positive outcome that we get from those interactions. So me doing that nonsense here on stream is fine because I have no institutional power. I'm just a silly leftist, crazy socialist, wacky dude, my dudes. Nothing to fear here. But if a congressperson says that, it makes them look like a fucking lunatic, right? So Ferociously Steph, is it wrong to say a lot of gamers are white supremacists? Well, take a look at my content if you want an answer to that. The answer is it's not wrong. But is it ineffective to, as a highly despised representative of Twitch, say the same thing? Yeah, it is. It really is. And that's the issue fundamentally that we're getting at here. So I'm going to make a few claims here sequentially, and I think all of these are pretty inarguable. The first one is that Ferociously Steph probably should not be on this council. I will argue why this is the case for several reasons. First of all, she does not seem to be particularly professional. From the weird head scratch stuff here to the I guess kind of juvenile behavior, like the nya, like dear girl kind of thing. I just don't get the impression that the way that she conducts herself is really like very productive in that respect. So that's one issue. The second issue is that she does not seem to have much self-control, because anybody in a position of prominence should be making incredibly reasoned statements. Very calm, very collected statements. A proper way of phrasing both of these things would be, here, I can rephrase both of these ones. The first one, where she says there are some people should be afraid of me, here's what she actually should have said. Watch this. I understand there are some people who are worried about my presence on the council, but you shouldn't be, I don't think, because I'm only really concerned with mitigating toxicity. If you're on this platform to hurt or bully other people, then maybe you should be a little worried, but only because, frankly, I think that that type of behavior is unacceptable. But at the end of the day, I'm always of Twitch. I'm not above anyone else on Twitch. That could be the first one. And the second one here, a lot of you gamers are actually white supremacists. She could have said something like, hey, hello there. I do think that there are some issues with racism and white supremacy here in this platform. I think there are problems like that everywhere, but this is the platform that I care about, and honestly, I just want to make sure that people don't feel as though they're being discriminated against based on their race. I feel like every gamer should agree fundamentally with that. There. I don't know what noises deer make. I think deer scream, don't they? Like, ah! Like that. Like that's what deer do. I think. Don't deer ah! Like they do that. I just didn't want to do that. Yeah. I think that's what deer do. She should not be on there. Now, if we're going to go full idpol and make the assumption that Twitch included Ferociously Steph because Ferociously Steph is a trans progressive person, which I think is likely considering the fact that she did not have a particularly large audience and does not seem to have any professional credentials relating to this job beforehand, then I think the best possible person that they could have put in this position would have been Lumi Rue. This is my bias speaking, as Lumi is a friend of mine and I value their content very much, but Lumi is a very disciplined, professional, gender non-conforming person who I think would have done an excellent job representing this position. Now, this is making the assumption that we're going full idpol here. You know, like, oh, we need a trans person in this slot. I think it's a little bit condescending to look at it that way, but if we are looking at it that way, I would choose Lumi. The main issue is, at this point, there's no way for Twitch to back out. Twitch can't fire, or I guess let go of Ferociously Steph, because if Twitch does do that, it's going to be blown up in the larger media as trans woman put on safety council, removed by Twitch after toxic fan backlash, which would be optics poison for Twitch. The thing that I would hope for more than anything else would be that Ferociously Steph, unfortunately, after all the harassment she's received, would step down from her position, simply saying she didn't feel she was the right pick for the job. If she did that, it would be sad because she would be bullied off that position, but it might also be the most amicable resolution to that problem possible. There are no good routes from here on out. There are only bad paths forward. Some paths are worse than others. Because as long as she is in this position, she is a magnet for hate. An absolute magnet. An absolute fucking magnet. Pay Money Wubby and Critical have already begun making videos that have gotten let's see. Deer. Yeah, here we go. Right now, if you YouTube search deer, you get her, not deer. That's pretty crazy, huh? How do you spell critical? Is it like that? Is that how we do it? Twitch Safety Council controversy, nearly 1 million views. Oh, yes. How about we take a look at our favorite cowardly friend over here? Based Elon Musk. Very nice, very nice. And then we've got Twitch Gets Woke. Look at that. Look who it is. If you want to go, you can find literally hundreds of videos on her right now, one of which I am about to make. I'm currently making that video. Critical's take was okay. Critical seemed to me like a far more reasonable person than many of the other types. So Critical actually said a good thing. That's actually really good to hear. I'm actually really, really happy about that. Okay, I'll check the video out later, but if that's the case, I'm actually very happy about that. At the end of the day, this is a fact. We all share a collective interest in making Twitch making gaming, making the internet, making everything more progressive, more reasonable, less harmful, less bigoted. We all care about that. Ferociously, Steph does too. But if we are to do that, we should engage in those efforts without forming any incendiary beacons that gamer hate can be organized around. That is really, really important. That is very, very important. For example, and this is an example that I gave yesterday on stream. Do I want to give the example I gave yesterday on stream because it was an exceedingly edgy example? Fuck it. Okay, so follow through with me here on this one, okay? Let's say we have a school that has a racism issue. It's a high school, it's in the inner city, black folk, white folk there, a lot of tension between them, you know. And what the school is going to do is they're going to appoint an anti-racism resource counselor to try and like mitigate the racial tensions in that school. And so what they do is they hire Tyrone Big Dick. And Tyrone Big Dick is a black man who wears pants down low and has grills and what have you. And as an anti-racist, I'm sure that all of us can agree that there's nothing inherently wrong with any of those things. And if you think there's anything wrong with that, I would encourage you to question why you personally take issue with the existence of black men who present the way in which I just described. Admittedly, Big Dick isn't a super popular last name, but anyway. And this Tyrone Big Dick, very, very, very intelligent, academically very aware of systemic racism, cares a lot about mending the divides in the school, so on and so forth. Like, we're talking like a really, really accomplished person who is named Tyrone Big Dick and who has grills and the pants sag low and what have you. Do you think that the intentions and the credentials of this person are that important when the optics of their presence there are going to prevent others from listening to them? I was waiting for a chat answer, but I guess I'll just go on right ahead. My argument would be no. My argument would be no. Because even if Tyrone Big Dick is a super fucking on-the-ball cool dude. Oh, Tyrone's Big Dick is actually slightly smaller than average, but he knows that you guys wouldn't be bothered by that. Tyrone Big Dick, even though he's a very, very accomplished and intelligent person, unfortunately, because of the way he presents, the way that he appears, people are not going to listen to him. The racist white kids in that school probably aren't really going to give a fuck about what he has to say because they meet all his expectations of the type of person we shouldn't care about. And that's what Ferociously Steph is to Twitch. Ferociously Steph is constitutionally incapable of doing positive change on the platform because she meets every single stereotype that gamers have about this type of person, or at least many of those stereotypes. And for that reason, it is virtually impossible for her to affect change in any positive manner. Steph isn't a political actor. She's just giving advice to Twitch. She's not starting some movement. Yes, except now that Steph is on this council, it's very likely that people are going to ubiquitously oppose any decisions they feel were made by this council or informed by this council because they're going to assume it's all crazy SJW stuff, even though many of the people on this council are extremely academically accomplished and intelligent. They were going to oppose them anyway. Fuck them. No, you can't. No, you can't. That's just delusional. No, optics exist for a reason. Optics are a thing that exist. Do you seriously think that if Steph wasn't on this platform, that live stream fail wouldn't look like this right now? You should be able to act stereotypical if you want. All right, I'm getting frustrated now. Yes, in an ideal world, absolutely, you should be able to act stereotypically if you want. But if we're talking about optical presentation and the ability to effectively make change, pragmatism is important. This is very obvious. Walk up to a black guy who's trying to make his way in the business world and say, hey, dude, you don't have to talk like that or wear a suit. Well, you can dress however you want. I saw this picture of you when you were 13. You used to wear your pants down low. You can do that here. Like, come on, dude. No. Everyone recognizes this. This is why code switching exists, because if you want to be effective in a more institutional or a more business-oriented environment, you need to kowtow to certain standards of professionalism. You're arguing for capitulating to reactionary prejudices. You guys are actually like what Contra has a problem with. We're not blaming Steph for being who she is. We're saying that Steph, because of who she is not capable of affecting positive change. And I care more about purging Twitch of toxicity than I do letting one immature fucking trans girl have a run of like their advisory council, even if it prevents them from doing any good. It's actually insane to me that any of you could think any differently. That's actually like incredible. It's actually insane to me. Like, you'd think that what I'm saying right now is in any way acquiescing to reactionaries. No, it's just a matter of how presentable can you make yourself. Now, mind you, Ferociously Steph can be whoever the fuck she wants to be on her stream. That's great. I don't give a fuck if she's... I'll admit the deer head scratching shit does make me uncomfortable, but my discomfort isn't an argument logically. If this is what she wants to do... Okay, cool. She seems to have a nice setup here. This is cute.
No.
Look, she's got like a green screen. Look, like there's the little escape the gungeon thing over there. It's like really cool. Like, great. I sincerely want her to be able to exist on this platform free of harassment. But hey, as long as there's toxicity on Twitch, she won't be able to. And we can't get rid of that toxicity unless we engage in effective strategies of mitigating the toxicity on that platform. Lumi is a very respectable and professional person. I think Lumi would do a good job. I don't know if that's a position Lumi would want to take, but that's something that I sincerely believe. So, here's what we should do. Final roll call, baby. Let's wrap it up. Ferociously Steph is an immature, silly, cringy person, and I think that's beautiful. I think she should be able to live whatever life she wants. Godspeed. That's the sign of a free society right there, baby, okay? That's the sign of a free society. Will you judge the freedom of a country not by how it treats its best citizens, but by how it treats its cringiest. That is the measure of a good country right there. And this here, the country of Twitch.tv, that is the world that I want to live in, okay? We need to treat our cringiest members with deep and abiding respect all the time. But she's not a good fit for the position, and she's clearly not capable of managing this kind of public responsibility, this kind of optics, this kind of public condemnation. So I don't think she should be there. I don't know the best way forward to make that the case, but I don't think she should be there. Again, not a personal condemnation of her, but it is something that should probably be done. However, the most resolute criticism that I have, as a matter of fact, is not of Ferociously Steph or of Twitch for putting Ferociously Steph there, even though they probably knew she wouldn't be able to handle the public scrutiny, are the gamer bros. We can just keep them on scroll here for a little bit. You can read the comments yourself if you want. Here, wait, let's slow the scroll. There we go. We'll slow the scroll. There we go. The gamer bros. My friends, the gamer bros. I'm talking to them now, okay? I've got some advice, all right? Listen, I get it. There are crazy SJWs out there. Seriously, I just talked to one, at least from my perspective, right before making this video. I just did that. I just had that conversation, okay? So I get it and I sympathize. But let's be realistic here, okay? Your rights aren't being taken away and you're not being hurt. You're just not. A Twitch Safety Advisory Council, this is already kind of a laughably ineffective organization to begin with, but the existence of one, like, literally WHO Megalol Who person who's on that council, who's, like, cringy or whatever, this isn't really a threat. Like, it's just not. It's just not a threat. Like, it's not hurting you guys. But your harassment does hurt her. Now, I recognize as a public figure that she is to be held responsible for the things she says, and that you can't withhold criticism from her because she's a public figure. So, like, yeah, she should be talked about. But to blow this up into some massive fucking conspiracy, to turn this into some weird fucking condemnation of, like, the broader groups that she's a part of, to relentlessly insinuate that she's mentally ill which, I mean, she may or may not be, but I hope you're not insinuating that's the case because she's trans. To insinuate that she's like a delusional power tripper, which she may or may not be, but if that's the case, the power she has probably isn't substantial enough to trip on. This, to me, is the real cringe. This is the real cringe to me. I'm cringing right now. I am. If you care about gaming, you should be able to care about everyone participating in gaming. You should be able to care about every person, men, women, cis, trans, everyone, to be able to participate in this hobby. I've been a gamer my entire life. I am, as much as the term is cringy, I am a gamer. I mean, I am. I play a fuck ton of video games. I'm playing them right now, baby. Chat can't see what I'm doing with my hands. I'm playing Total War in the background. I've got more monitors they don't even know about. I'm very powerful gamer. But if you care about this hobby, I mean, if you really care about it, you should be able to want everyone to participate in it. And not just participate in it, to keep people from being discriminated against within it. Right now, a lot of women don't really play games. Doesn't that suck? A lot of them play little pissy mobile games, but are they playing like hardcore shit you're playing? Probably not. Do you know why? Because for the past 30 years, the gaming industry has been catering pretty much exclusively to men. Overwatch has a lot of women that play it, but like CS:GO, I mean, there are some, yeah, but like if we're just looking at the stats, man, this is a male-dominated hobby, and that sucks because I love female people. I love that. I love female people. Okay, I want them to share my hobbies. It made me so sad back in middle and high school when I thought there were cute girls, but we didn't have anything in common. Doesn't that suck? Don't you want to be able to play games with your epic big titty waifu who gets headshots with Widowmaker and then swaps to like Zarya and lands the perfect graviton vortex field or some shit? I don't know what the names of the abilities are. Don't you want that? Don't you want that? I want that. Well, I've already got a girlfriend, but I do want that. So if you want that too, you should work to make the gaming space more inclusive. That means not harassing people over voice chat, and it means calling out people who do harass others over voice chat. You don't have to treat this like some big white knighting thing. It's just like easy. Like, hey guys, why the fuck are you being weird about the girl? Like, it's not white knight. It's just like being reasonable. It's just like doing a nice thing. If you saw like some younger kids getting picked on by adults and you were like, hey, Shu, would you think you're like white knighting for the kids? It's just the right thing to do. Help women out when they're in those positions. Trans people too? Maybe you don't want to date a trans person, that's fine. But don't you think it'd be nice if they could just play their fucking games without getting harassed? That'd probably be nice. I think that would make them happy. You know, I mean, I'm assuming. Whoa! Sorry. I moved my mouse. I'm assuming. What about people of color? Like black people? I mean, you can't tell a person's black or whatever while playing a game with them. But some, like black folk, you know, like AAVE, they like talk a certain way sometimes. Don't you want them to be able to play? I mean, I should hope so. I'm not trying to be preachy here, but if you care about that stuff, if you care about the integrity of the hobby, which I do, I really genuinely do, then we should all be able to unite around a shared interest in making this hobby accessible to as many people as possible. That doesn't mean getting rid of voice chat, but that does mean all of us taking a little bit of responsibility for taking care of all the fucking weird-ass fucking sexism. Hey, if you've ever run duos with a girl, anytime you fucking boot up voice chat and she says something, everyone's got a fucking joke. Everyone's got a fucking joke, dude. Everyone. Girl? Is that a girl? Oh, wow. Go back and make me a sandwich. Wow, is that a little girl over there? Huh, is that a girl? Every time. Every fucking time I want to put fucking bullets through my skull, dude. Every single fucking time it happens. This is why girls don't get on voice chat. But if you want to live in that beautiful future where you pop up a game of CSGO and you roll in and you say, yo, team, what's up? And you hear 4 big titty goth waifus run in and they all say, hey there, let's plant that bomb. If that's the future that you want, you can hear like the boobs jiggling next to the mic. If that's the future that you want, you gotta make gaming a little bit less toxic of a space for them. I believe in you. I believe in you, okay? All right? I do my best. I guess, I don't know, when I play online games, like if someone's being really weirdly sexist, I'll usually just call them out for being cringy. Because let's be real, most of the people who are being sexist online are losers. Like, you know that, right? I'm not impugning you. I'm just like, when someone is like over voice chat and they're like, make me a sandwich. Like, these are usually like really pathetic people. It's really easy to make fun of them in return. And we're doing them a favor, because if we make fun of them and they're shamed into not doing that anymore, then they'll probably drop some of that toxic behavior and it'll be more likely that they'll get a girlfriend, right? Gotta wean off that behavior. There's a reason why a lot of the really sexist people online are single. Like there's an association between these two things. You know, I mean, the world's not ready to have this conversation yet, but whew, it's true. It's pretty true. So fight for that world. Fight for the big titty goth GFs, okay? Don't you want, I know you want it. I know you want it so badly, dude. I know you want to boot up a game of Arma. I know you want to boot up a game of World of Tanks. I know you want to boot up a game of, what's a hot thing? Valorant. There, that's the next one. You want to boot up a game of Valorant, okay? You want to get in there. You want to have your fucking teammates out there. You're all playing. There's lots of girls with you. There's boys and girls, okay? And afterwards, okay, you're playing, you're making the hot plays. I've never played Valorant, okay, you're having a good ass time. And then after you're done with it, you know, you're like, hey, that was a lot of fun. Want to re-queue? And you do. 3 of them re-queue with you, okay? 2 girls and 1 boy, all right? And you keep playing and you keep re-queuing, you have a lot of fun. One of the other people drops off, it's just you and 2 other people. And you were like, hey, that was a lot of fun. Do you guys want to share like friend codes or like friend each other and then we can do this again tomorrow? And friendship blossoms. And not just dude friendship either, girl friendship. And if you're straight, which I imagine you are, if you relate even slightly to the things that I'm saying right now, and you like the big boobies, okay? The big jugglies, okay? The friendship with the ladies is actually step number 1 to having the sex friendship with the ladies, okay? I know I'm being highly reductive here, but the ultimate point that I'm getting at is that holy shit, having women and other minorities excluded from your like favorite hobby does you a disservice, okay? I get that I'm being highly facetious here, but holy fucking shit. Do you have any idea how toxic you make your own spaces by excluding the people who you're sexually interested in from them? That doesn't mean you have to treat every woman online like they're your next fucking girlfriend or anything like that, but goddamn, like wouldn't it be nice to at least have the possibility? Wouldn't it at least be nice to not think like, okay, time to boot up CSGO. I wonder what fucking 14-year-old Russian kids I'm going to be paired with this time. I don't know, maybe it's just me. And hey, you know what? If you're a dude and you're gay, then you can disregard everything that I just said, because I guess everything that I just said applies pretty much exclusively to straight men. But god damn it, do it because it's the right thing to do, okay? Even if it doesn't benefit you, even if you just want it to be a bunch of men, do it anyway, okay? Make gaming less exclusionary, all right? Keep the voice chat, but ditch the sexism or whatever, and transphobia and racism, blah, blah. Okay? I believe you guys. I believe you. If the gay men, you can be sexist towards women if you want, but only if you do so identifying that you're gay, so people can be homophobic to you. That's the mutually assured destruction. Okay, that's like we have missiles on both sides. Okay, so that way, anytime people are sexist online, we can be like, all right, homo. No, that's not good, but that's what you're doing to other people. Okay, so that's fair. That's reciprocal. Yeah, okay, that's mutually assured destruction right there. All right, I had a lot of fun with that segment. There we go. That was so much better than all the other times I talked about ferociously stuff. What if the women are lesbians? I mean, I don't know. Just don't worry about it. There we go. Okay. That was a beautiful speech, my dude. Dude, doesn't it actually fucking suck though? That like, guys, you know what I mean. Were you not in high school thinking like, dude, it sucks. Like girls are hot, but I don't know how to relate to them because I just play video games and they're all doing their own fucking thing. Doesn't that suck? Why we do this to ourselves? Why not just let them do the thing? Why not just let them do the shit we like to do? And we can do the shit they want to do if you want to. I don't know. Too late for us, though? Nah, not if you still queue up online games or whatever. Yeah, sorry, funny intermission. In high school, a cute girl touched my butt once. Checkmate. I had a friend in high school, a girl who was like weirdly like flirtatious, but not sexually interested. It was weird. She actually acted the way with me I would expect like a dude bro, like football bro to act with, like who I thought was maybe in the closet, but I don't know. You know what I mean? So I'd be walking upstairs in front of her, and she would like smack my ass or something like that, and she just like shrug, you know. She's funny. I was gonna see her before recently, but then the quarantine happened. Didn't she get creeped out in the end, Vosh? Creeped out by smacking my ass? Wait, no? That'd be a little weird. Like she smacks it and she's like, "Wow, that was a lot harder than I thought." I don't know. Normalizing sexual harassment against men. Oh, I mean, I got her back. Like, I would smack her ass. Like, you know, fair. Fucking squad. I'm sorry. I'm squad W, ride till I die, baby. Even back in high school, I'm not letting nobody fucking turn that around on me. Yeah, the law of equivalent exchange. True. My hand got stuck. Okay. Man. Well, this has ended up being a pretty wild stream. I don't know how exactly we peaked at nearly 5,000 people and maintained about 4,500 people for most of the stream. This is a pretty insane number of people. That's pretty cool, I guess. Tomorrow I'll be debating Count Dankula, which should be fun. I am sure that is going to be a gigantic shit show. And somewhere down the line debating Count Dankula, I have conversations with a bunch of other people upcoming, including Caleb Malpin, everyone's favorite fucking fast-talking tanky, who unironically supports modern-day China. And we have literally a representative of an Israeli advocacy group in the United States of America that's been retweeted by Trump, so that'll be fun. I'll have to do my Israel research. That'll be nice. That'll be good. How did Pokimane become so popular with all this sexism? The existence of sexism doesn't mean that no women can become popular or anything. I mean, if you look at the total number of people on Twitch, the total number of streamers and like above 1,000 concurrent viewers, it's not going to be mostly women. What the fuck was that? I just don't want to do a fucking Israel conversation. I hate them so goddamn much, dude. I'm trying to get unbanned from Twitch. I don't... Have you seen the Pokimane livestream fail? The Pornhub one? No, and I'm not checking it on stream. Your computer fan's making noise? Barely? What is my computer running at right now? Ryzen... It's not running that hot. It was 66 degrees? No, now it's dropping. 65? That's not too hot. Thanks, Motserv. How do you get over insecurities? I've never been a particularly insecure person. I don't really know. I feel like fundamentally the best way to live life is just to have like this innate default like sense of self-worth that you reinforce with like accomplishing tasks you set out for yourself. When are you debating AJW? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, we got to do the AJW thing as well. Dear girl about her meeting. All right, wait, I want to read this. We can cap this off, then we're finishing donos, then we're done with the stream. If you just want to fucking sit... Oh, Destiny's in hell right now? If you just want to sit here for content, homie, you all can dip... Oh, wait, is he playing chess? What the fuck is... Nazbol segment? No, we don't have time, dude. The Mexie thing went on way too long.
Ha ha. You know what I mean?
Nope. You want to tell me about it?
Nope.
go. There he go. There he go. There he go. There he go. Mira mira butan.
That's OP, dude.
Nice meme.
So people don't seem to believe.
Oh yeah, I've seen this.
I have to listen to
What girl gamers really have to deal with?
This game is a boy game.
Oh.
You're a girl game.
All right.
My man.
You're welcome.
My girl.
Is that a girl?
They don't.
A girl gamer? Oh my.
Oh my god, like girls play this game.
Oh shit. Lose
Can I
this
add
one.
you?
Whoa, take off that voice
Please?
changer.
No, can you add me, please?
This is all day, every day. If you're a girl or you have a feminine voice, it's insane. I remember queuing up with friends back in high school, dude. Holy fuck, it's all the time, and it's all fucking 14-year-old boys doing it. Oh, feminine. Oh, you playing this game with your hot pussy lips? Like it's every time, dude. It's insane. I can't believe any girls play games at all, dude. It's insane to me. How's this not proof we should remove VC? I know it seems like a stronger argument after you watch that video, but okay. So it looks like Ferociously Steph has been like thrown in and has taken some time to reflect on the optics of her behavior after a talk with the Twitch council people. What are the comments looking like? Apologize. Apologize. You are a human male. Nice. Is it a deer? Is it a mam? It's Mambi. I said this on Twitter, but like, if a trans person calls the community out for being like transphobic, I feel like the best response would be to not be transphobic, therefore proving them wrong, than to be transphobic and prove them right. You know, it's a really weird response. Like, again, like, Jesus Christ, like, I think gamers are transphobic. We're not transphobic, you fucking biological male. Like okay. Whatever, if you say so. Okay, we gotta run through donos. I am actually sweating like a pig in here. This is insane. This shirt is thicker than like a normal shirt. I took the tag off. I don't know what it's made out of, but it is not made out of the thin cotton that I typically wear. Darwinian Realism with 25 bucks. Thank you, comrade. Vosh, I wish I could have moderated. She had great content. She has great content and ideas. I hate unproductive talks. Her trying to steamroll and gaslight you was unnecessarily rough. Well, yeah, that's my point. Left tubers look real fucking good in their prepared content, but the moment they talk about their ideas in person, they come off as vindictive, spiteful pieces of shit who can't defend anything they believe. So yeah, you stick to the prepared content, and I'll stick to the live streaming. It's my favorite thing. It'd be so amazing to see you have to advocate for Bernie or bust once Sean beats Pantheon, lol. Not gonna happen, Sake Tanuki. I'll delete that tweet, motherfucker. Ali C with the 10 bucks. Do you think conversations and behavior like this on the left are some of the reason Destiny is the way he is now? Yeah, of course. Are you kidding me? Holy shit. Destiny didn't just suddenly go anti-left. He spent 6 months talking with like a fuck ton of left tubers who I alternated between not being able to defend their ideas and treating him like shit. Yeah. Now, that doesn't mean Destiny is right now. That just means the left is so fucking bad at arguing for its ideas that it pushed a guy who, at the end of 2018, was joking about how he was going to become a socialist if he kept arguing with conservatives, towards like being an active anti-communist. Like the left pushed him right. That wasn't like we did that. By we, I don't mean me. Fuck you. True, Mara. Thank you for the gift of tier 1 sub. I don't think I've seen your gecko in a while. Is he okay? Well, Hidewari, one of my geckos died, unfortunately. He passed away. But the other two are just fine. They're sleeping right now, though. It's daytime. RM Brown, $10. I've been reading Dave Rubin's book. It's even worse than expected. There's even an error in the Kindle edition that says 96% of the 14,000 homicides in 2015 were black on black, which is completely wrong. 96%? Damn, dude. Love that race realism shit getting pushed even through Dave Rubin. He's just a liberal, though. It's okay. Thank you, Yeehaw Bitch and Big Dick Energy for the $5. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I agree, Big Dick Energy, very much. Dr. Blue with $10. Big fan, but I think Mexie had a good point that wasn't coming across. I think I could do better. I'd be willing to talk, but maybe not good stream content. No, I guess the problem is, again, like every argument that Mexie has, like I can synthesize in my head and respond to it. I don't need other people to do that for me. When people come to me to like argue points, I want them to be above like the literal fucking 4th grade logic of, be nice to people and they'll want to be more nice to you. I need a little bit more than that. I need something a little bit more intellectually stimulating. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be like patronizing or anything, just like holy shit, like I just hear so many of the same arguments so many times. I can actually synthesize like a better version of Mexie's argument in my head. So Mexie would say, hey, even if you're under the impression that the more sensitive elements of the left are doing a disservice to our political goals, it would probably be in your best interest to treat them with kid gloves, because as a utilitarian, you're most interested in whatever begets the best outcomes, and this weird reciprocal, if they're mean to me, I get to be mean to them thing, is a juvenile way of avoiding responsibility for doing everything you can to maximize outcomes. If you actually cared about improving the left, you would make every effort to try and reach out to people on the left who disagree with you, even if they are in the wrong, because doing so will get better outcomes, and additionally, to refrain from doing so is nothing more than your ego superimposing itself over your political ends. There, if Mexie had just made that argument, Mexie would have won that conversation. It would have taken 2 minutes and a minute amount of research into my beliefs. What's your response to that? I don't have a response to that. That's a correct argument. But as always, I have to do the work. She's not a debater. You don't have to debate. Nothing I did was just a debate. I just made statements. That's all you would have to do. So wait, if she was right, why don't you change how you do things? Because she wasn't right. Those aren't the arguments that she made. Even if she made the exact argument that I just made, I would have counter-arguments. Like, do you think I'm normalizing the abusive behavior of the woke scold left by kowtowing to them even when they treat me poorly? And we could argue in the minutia there, but that would have been an extremely strong opening argument on her part. If she had opened with something like that, I would have had to like really think like, you can be right with bad arguments. No, but she didn't make that argument. That's not the position that she took. She didn't substantiate it. And even then we could have gotten like lost in the weeds there, but that's what I would have said. Earlier you said you could be destroyed in a woke scold position. Is that what you're talking about there? Yeah, of course. Just like it's just fucking pathetic that none of them can actually do that. Like it's actually insane to me. Like all you need to know is A, I'm a utilitarian, B, I value left unity, and C, I am not currently I'm engaging in reciprocally antagonistic behavior with the people who dislike me. With those three premises, you can make a counter argument to me. That's all you needed to do. But it's just so fucking disappointing, dude. Yeah, Castor Guevara, I do value left unity. It's a shame they keep kicking me out of it. Can you please do something about the argument you just made against yourself? Well, I would need to have an argument about it. Discourse is how I refine my ideas. Can somebody clip that? Why are you guys so astonished? Did none of you think of that? Nothing. Esej Thessel with the $10. Thanks, man. You do good work. Thank you, comrade. I love you too. Thank you very much. Sake Tanuki with the $10. Vosh can't ever make bad faith arguments. He doesn't subscribe to any religion. True. Very true, comrade. Very, very true. You can win debates with bad arguments? No, you can't. You can make correct points without good arguments, but you can't win debates. Debates are when you set arguments. You do argument, 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 conclusion. And the conclusion has to follow from the arguments. If you can't do that, you can't win a debate. You can say a person makes a correct point, but you can't say they win a debate. Bosh, isn't that bad faith? Purposely not arguing their opponent's best version of their argument? No, because that's not... No, I can't... No, I can't do that, because if I did that, I'd do that with everyone. Do you want me to do that with Nazis? Do you really want to see me steelman Nazi arguments? Is that what you want to see me do? Like a Nazi comes on, I'm like, hold on, wow, you're fucking stupid. Let me make a real argument for white nationalism. And then I spend 47 minutes laying out there. No, you come to me, you make the arguments. Sorry. Yeah, theory plebe. I just wonder if Kyle K is better at recruiting normies. I would agree that Kyle K is probably better at recruiting normies. Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. Though I wonder if that's not going to be the case if I grew as large as Kyle K, which I don't think I'm ever going to do. But if I did, I'm not sure. But yeah, I would agree with that, generally speaking, I think. Yes, because their arguments make no sense even when steel-manned. Well, Mexie didn't make good arguments. Mexie's arguments were, you should apologize to people without listening to them, and you should be nice to people, and your community is toxic, and your ego is getting in the way. She didn't make those arguments. There is no steel-manned version of those arguments because those arguments are indefensible. If her argument even remotely resembled what I was saying, I might have been more willing to be charitable and interpret it favorably, but she wasn't. She was just insulting me. Really, really annoying. Smoothie, yeah, sure. You can come on and repeat it back to myself. No, like I said, I could have counter arguments. So my counter argument to the argument that I just gave against myself would probably be something along the lines of, while it is true that I value left unity, there is a reasonable expectation that I should be able to defend my ego as an individual who has like an online presence. Like, for example, I think there is a greater utilitarian value in being able to defend yourself. And B, I don't want to normalize or excuse bad behavior on the part of the left by kowtowing to it. That would probably be it. Like, do you want to normalize a left where no matter how abusively you're treated, you have to kowtow and accept other people's arguments, no matter whether or not they're right or wrong, just because you pursue left unity over things like being correct? I would make the argument that being incorrect to a certain extent precludes you from being able to be included within the purview of like left unity. And then I would also make the counter argument to that, okay, sure, that may be the case, but do you really believe the extent to which you're engaging with other people on the online left perfectly balances your shared necessity of holding people to account for their bad ideas and poor responsibility while also advocating for left unity? And my response to that would have to be, I can't really know that because until I have conversations with those figures, it's actually impossible for me to know the emotional states and the threshold for like participation of the people who I've been disagreeing with. They need to be able to engage with me before I'm able to make any informed decision on that. To which my counter argument would be, well, if you believe that and you want to engage with them, then you should be willing to temporarily lessen your guard and be less antagonistic towards those people so they can talk with you, in the hopes that doing so would allow you to make a better utilitarian analysis of the extent to which you should engage with these people. To which my counter argument would be, I can't do that because I don't believe that being any less hard on these people is going to incentivize them to come on and talk to me. Even if they did feel as though I was being less antagonistic with them, a year and a half of precedent has shown me that these people have no interest in engaging with me. So I don't think I would gain any benefit from being nicer to them, except for A, normalizing toxic behavior on their part, and B, giving them the idea that they can get away with outright abusive and gaslighting behavior towards me with no reciprocation whatsoever, because I'm under the impression that my ego satisfaction should be supplanted by my desire to promote left unity, which they're not interested in engaging in. And that would be basically how it would go. That would be like the idealized argument. And if I could talk with myself on that for long enough, I could probably be moved over on something. But it would take, I would have to talk with somebody who knows more than me, or somebody who knows something else than what I know. I already know everything I know, which means that me arguing with myself, I'm always going to arrive at the same positions I have now, because I've thought about the positions that I have. I don't just adopt them like emotionally. So I need to talk to somebody who knows more than me, or who knows something that I don't know. That's also true, Nissa. That's also a good argument, that by implicitly kowtowing to their like abuse towards me, I'm also allowing people to adopt a misrepresentative understanding of how I generally do my content. But yeah, that's generally how I would go. I have arguments in my head just like this, but it manifests as anxiety. Yours is more productive. I mean, I have to. It's how I think about things. Probably Xander Hall. Is there a leftist subreddit you like? I like Antifa Stone Toss. It makes me smile. That's about it. I can't do Chapo anymore. Yeah, Posada Shana to see Biden's epic nickname for Trump. Yeah, true, Chibi Spore. I agree. Yeah, it's a double standard. I cannot abide a double standard with how I treat the left and the right logically. Maybe like in a familiarity sense, I can treat them differently, but like in a logical sense, I have to hold everyone to the same standard. Otherwise, I'm just engaging in completely arbitrary, like philosophical positions. I don't know who Anomaly is for Rocker. Please look at this. It's only a few seconds.
Hey, now, he go dumb, but get what? That boy ass pulled up in a honk machine. That boy ass pulled up. Oh, shit. Ooh.
He said it. No problem with all do. I love you, comrade. Thank you for the $10. Ain't nothing to worry about. Yeah, Phoenix. Like that's tactical unity, right? Like different people fulfill different roles from each according to their needs or whatever. Big Joel devoured Sargon's soul. Did they debate? Huh. Orthodox, I'll have to see that. P.S. If anyone's interested in The Descent into Magnus, that is Dave Rubin's book, I'm reviewing it on my channel, RM Brown. I've been looking to maybe take a look at that. Good luck, comrade. RM Brown, baby. It's solo res. There we go. I think it would be funnier if it was Trump's face here. We have to be less cynical. We have to be funnier, okay? We have to put Trump's head here. Like this is Biden obliterating Trump with this one. That'd be good. I like the delusional pumping up of Biden as an unstoppable candidate, you know? I like that. It's very, very funny to me because in a way it's more cynical than anything else. Sharker88, thank you very much for the 200 currency number points. Thank you, Mindful Manacles, the $5. Onion Bake with the $10. Thank you very much, comrade. If you discovered Mexie around 2014, you'd be a reactionary right now. That's okay, buddy. That's what I'm here for, baby. Maybe Ovisim. Thank you for the $10 dollars. Oh God, my brain is overheating. Oh God. Hey Vosh, Mexie was acting in bad faith, but how do we build a tighter knit left? It seems like we're the most divided we've been in decades. We honestly aren't, dude. The main problem is Twitter. There's a very small proportional segment of lefties on Twitter who are horrifically counterproductive people, and they're like a cancer on the rest of the left. But that's okay. Like the broader left is so much larger than that group of people. Like even the Bernie or Busters seem like they're ubiquitous, but in reality, most Bernie supporters are going to be voting for Biden according to polls. So it's like these are like a fraction of a fraction. The issue is the reason they're that way is because they're so ineffective. If they were more effective, they might be more representative. So we need to make them more effective so they can be more representative. Getz, I am afraid you've provided me a link to a person who has blocked me on Twitter. Oh, we're never finishing these donos, are we? Oh God, so many of you have given me links. I might have to just skip some of these. Damn. Oh, shit. We got some tough guys over here. Oh, fuck. The old Black Panthers would have kicked the shit out of someone like Vosh. Does he not get that? Damn. Fuck me up. Oh. Which is really funny because every argument I made against racial separatism is arguments the Black Panthers made. But okay, I get it. They don't know who... That woman's probably racist as fuck. That woman doesn't know shit about the Black Panther Party. She just knows they were like cool black guys with berets. That's what she knows. So she thinks, wow, cool black guys with berets wouldn't like it if some little white boy cracker says something bad about black nationalism. They would have kicked his ass. By the way, I just want to say, and this may be a hot take, it's racist to say black people would kick your ass for this. I've always thought this. If you're like, damn, you can't say that. A real brother would have kicked your ass, or like in the hood they would have kicked your ass. You're just being racist. You're literally just reaffirming the idea that black people are more prone to violence. So it's really fucking weird to me when lefties would be like, I've seen this, like lefties would be like, yeah, man, in the hood we would have kicked your ass. Like, okay, cool. I don't subscribe to the idea that black people are all just fucking angry, like fucking violence monsters. But like, okay, all right. That's super cool that you think certain racial groups would just be willing to attack people for differences in ideas. The entire counter all idpol arguments idpol optics woke school arguments is literally 3 words. Jesse Lee Peter memes. Jesse Lee Peterson's Sake Tanuki is an answer to all political questions. All right, we're gonna have to. Manny the Deuterino, Unknown German Guy, Hasselboy, and Rodam Schwartz. Thank you so goddamn much for the $5 respectively, comrade. I really appreciate it. Accepted likewise the $5. I love you. You're so good. I love you so much. Oh, you're beautiful. Chaos the 119 Chronar. Thank you so much, my dude Reno. And Cupcake Pug Dog with $2. Debate Ryan Dawson, you hypocrite. Ryan Dawson, what would we debate about? I actually talked to Ryan Dawson over email, and he couldn't think of a thing we'd debate about, I think. He wanted to debate about Israel, but I'm not a fan of Israel. What would we debate about? What do you want to debate about? Dude, why do conservatives always do this? They're like, debate Ryan Dawson, debate alt-hype. Dude, alt-hype backed out of debate with me. Ryan Dawson didn't want to debate anything. What do you mean? Ryan Dawson creeps me out. Oh yeah, that dude is like a lunatic conspiracy theorist. Yeah. Ryan Dawson, after our email chain, he was like, hey, you take back you calling me a Nazi. And I said, well, I don't know that you're not a Nazi. A lot of your content looks pretty Nazi-esque. I'd have to do more research before I can make that comment. And then he said, whatever, you're a liar, and you're gonna get what's coming to you. That dude is fucking crazy. True, Mr. Anarchist, huh? Google 12, I totally get you, comrade. And Red Cascadian, thank you both very much for the $5. What does that even mean? It means you're an internet tough guy. Thank you both very much for the $5. Did you mean the kind of toxic spaces you see in female-dominated spaces? No, I just mean like like a lot of lefties are just like cringily afraid of masculinity in like a really dumb way. Nope, Derek, I'm not buying a fucking AC. And Sean Queen with $5. Thank you so much for the 250 earlier. This is America. Oh yeah, I saw this. Kroger asking for emergency payback from some of its essential workers. I love it. I love America, baby. We're the kids in America. Oh! Imagine getting extra pay from your corporation. They're like, actually, psych. Sake Tanuki with the $20. API ate so many donos. I don't want refunds. I want reading. Sorry, comrade. You can ask for a refund if you want, but today's been pretty crazy. Oh, boy. Valaith, Keg, yes, and Dredge, thank you so much for your respective donos. Philip English and Bat Vader, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. If leftist Twitter wants to clip me out of context for the fucking trans sports discussion, they're free to, but like, I'm right, so yeah, I don't know. This picture of me on WikiFeet? Do you guys really need HD images of my feet this badly? Are you like this starved for feet pics? Casimir with the $10. Mexie was just expressing why other prominent lefties don't trust you and characterize you the way some of them do. As a big fan of yours, I think you did abysmally in terms of listening. I don't think I acknowledge that. I just said that their perceptions of me are incorrect. I don't think that's a fair characterization of my argument. You think I did abysmally in terms of listening? She was the one who at the end was literally just shrugging and saying, yeah, okay, whereas I was responding pointedly to everything that she said. How can you accuse me of not listening? Why does everyone accuse me of not listening? Listening is how you make counter-arguments. I have to listen or I can't make counter-arguments. Yeah. She didn't listen to a fucking thing I said at any point. It was so frustrating. She kept like running. Yeah, it was really, really, really annoying. I know why prominent lefties don't trust me. It's because they're part of a bunch of circle jerky communities that have taught them that I'm like the most wicked fucking dude in the West, and that if I talk with them on stream, I'm just going to try and blow them out with sneaky debate tactics. It's the exact same shit that Destiny went through. The only difference is, A, unlike Destiny, I'm actually on the left, and B, I'm going to be much more powerful and influential on YouTube than Destiny in a year's time, because he is mostly somebody who just wants to stick to his guns and enjoy himself, and I have a political vision. So you'd better get used to me, or you'd gotta realize that your perceptions of me are inaccurate, because I'm coming one way or another. I'm cooming all over this fucking YouTube space, baby. I am plastering it, okay? I'm not going anywhere. True. Mindforge Manacles, David767, Big Dick Energy, Sander Hall, Anthony and Pessimist, thank you all so goddamn much for the incredibly kind donations. Vosh, do you support other kin people the same way you do trans people? I support everyone's right to live their lives authentically and as comfortable and free as they would like. However, trans people, I think, are warranted a greater degree of medical legitimacy than other kin people. For example, I would not say that if a 12-year-old feels like they're a wolf, that we should start like giving them some sort of medical treatment for that. But if a 12-year-old very sincerely believed they were a girl when they were born, like assigned male at birth, then we should do something for that. Yeah, otherkin. I do. I'm like, I'll be legit here. I do think that unironic otherkin stuff is a mental illness. I do, or it's like some sort of weird, like reality, like or like reality avoidance thing. But I think that people should be able to be like, if it doesn't hurt anyone, then fucking yeah. Yeah, I think it's just a cope thing. Yeah, it's like an escapist fantasy. But if it's not hurting anyone, fuck, I don't fucking care. Yeah. Maybe a stunted development kind of thing. I think that, hey, thank you, Xanderhall. I love you. I just, like, it doesn't have to be. No, it doesn't have to be, but yeah. Please don't upload the Mexie debate as a video, okay? Of course. I'm gonna kill myself. Why are you guys so dedicated to making me feel as though that video made me look bad? No, it's a perfect encapsulation of every problem I have trying to talk with other people on the left. Of course I'm going to upload that shit. Are you kidding me? There are 5,000 people watching it. People clearly liked watching it. They stand Mexie, maybe? Yeah, I guess, but like... Guys, you can... Guys, I've seen the Bench Barrow tweet! Jesus Christ! Oh, thank you, 21st Century Socialist. It's okay. Hey, I'm paid well for my suffering, okay? Frankly, I'm paid too well. You guys really do need to cut this shit out. Anyway, I do think that otherkin probably are doing some weird coping escapist fantasy thing, but like, whatever. If they're not hurting anyone, I don't give a fuck. That's freedom, baby. I don't need to believe the things you believe to believe that you should have the right to believe them. Wait! Sean Hurst! Did you donate $250 twice? Sean! I see it twice here in my fucking stream viewer activity. What? Is that a glitch? Is that some sort of weird YouTube? I don't know if it's a glitch or not. I didn't see the second one pop up. I don't actually know if it's a glitch. I don't actually know. I mean, I don't know if it's a glitch or not, but if it's not a glitch, then thank you so fucking much for the $250. The $500, dude, what the fuck? That's so fucking generous of you. Holy shit. I don't know. I'm seeing some sources that are telling me that it's there and some that it's not. I don't really care. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate it. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? I really, don't deserve it. Jesus. Shokarth88, thank you. And Tom Olaf Hunstead with the 500 Norwegian kroner. Thank you so fucking much, my dude. Hey Vosh, thoughts on J.K. Rowling's most recent example of TERF behavior by liking a transphobic tweet about trans woman Alex Drummond? J.K. Rowling is just a TERF. There's no ambiguity about it. 100%. J.K. Rowling is just a TERF. She's gone up to bat for other TERFs. She has made multiple repeated comments or like endorsed comments about like TERF ideology. She's just a TERF. There's no ambiguity about it. She's just a bigot. J.K. Rowling, for all that she's done for bad literature, should be treated just the same as fucking Glinner on Twitter or whatever. She's just a fucking TERF. Love you too, dear dog. Thank you very much for the $20, comrade. Really happy to hear you appreciate my content. Goose set up with the $10. How is Mexie so naive? As a POC bi person, she puts minorities on a pedestal and seems to actively ignore toxic elements on the left. I don't think that they do it intentionally out of bad faith. I just don't think they understand how destructive they are. I don't know. Socialist Dragon, thank you so goddamn much for the 5 respective donations. My goodness, position like that requires intellectualism. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, with the ferociously stuff thing, definitely. Horsme, you might be able to do some kind of voice chat randomizer, but I don't know if that would be like a very, like, I don't know if people would be comfortable with that. I started dating my GF because she plays 40K. That's fucking hot, comrade. You can cram all the little figurines up each other's buttholes. It'll turn into a little sex thing. Thank you, Arcelia, for the $5. And Socialist Dragon with the $5. Now psychologist on the board, please. I think psychology is underappreciated, underutilized. Yeah, probably. Oh, be awesomeful, you're right. Claudette Colvin would have been an excellent example. That's right. That the civil rights movement coalesced around Rosa Parks, even though there was a person who did what Rosa Parks earlier, Claudette Colvin, but they didn't stick with her because Claudette was an optics nightmare, because she was a much more I think she'd had a criminal conviction in the past, and she was much more like aggressively revolutionary, which meant that like it didn't really like land with the type of like political thrust they were going for. Sexy doe mating calls. Yeah. Thanks, Derek. That's Hot Crimson Drummer. Kings and Generals with the 25 Canadian dollar reduced. Thank you, and hey, glad to hear you were here, comrade. Not gonna lie, I wasn't a fan of this particular convo. Bad faith aside, there's a growing rift between the groups on the fundamental level, and that is bad. Still, you do good work. Keep on fighting the good fight. Yeah, for sure. No, I agree. I mean, I really do want to, like, bridge that gap. I really genuinely... I think a lot of people think that I'm, like, lying when I say this, but, like, why would I lie about this? I want to bridge a gap here. I want to make the gap smaller. I want to build the bridge. But I can't do that when I'm constantly being attacked, nobody's holding anyone else accountable, and I'm the one who's being accused of being ostracizing when I am the ostracized from the community. I can't do that. I need them to engage with like a modicum of good faith, like a smidgen of good faith. I've talked to sensitive people just fine. Like Lumi came on, the first time Lumi came on, Lumi was literally like, I don't know that much about your content, but I've heard you say some really troubling things. Let's talk about that. Like Lumi is like really soft, and Lumi criticized my behavior directly, and it was a good convo, and now I'm friends with Lumi because Lumi acts in good faith. That's it. That's the difference. That's all it took. I don't know, dude. It's so fucking difficult for me. It's so frustrating. It really does make me want to adopt kind of like a completely nihilistic view about left unity. I've always cared about left unity. I want the whole left to be able to disagree with each other, but to still have a shared goal. I want a super fucking fragile, woke scold, trans, NB, otherkin, whatever on Twitter to be able to say, I think Vosh is a toxic motherfucker, but holy shit, he does good work. But I can't do that if they're not saying that. Instead, they say Vosh a toxic motherfucker and also a secret Nazbol who's recruiting Nazis to be transphobes in his hate community. I need that attitude. I do the same for them. I say I can't stand these woke scoldy types, but if they want to have their communities, fine, as long as you don't get in my way. I say the same thing to them, but they don't do it to me. They don't extend the charity that I extend to them. They don't extend the credence to me that I extend to them. So like I don't know what to do. Yeah, the brave one. I want woke scolds to feel about you the same way you feel about Destiny. Yeah, that's what I'd like. They can think like, wow, Destiny sure is saying some fucking stupid shit lately. Wow, Destiny sure is a toxic motherfucker, but goddamn is Destiny effective at pulling people over. Goddamn is he rhetorically efficacious. Like, just give me that at least. Don't make up these fucking stories about my community being like some sort of alien, like, fucking hive that's breeding the next gen debate bro dirtbag leftist who believes that the mere existence of woman is a moral wrong, which, hey, based. David with the $2. On a geopolitical scale, China is nowhere near as bad as the US. While the US bombs brown people in the Middle East, China engages in diplomacy and invests. Wow, thank you, comrade CCP fucking talking points, Tanky 101. Holy shit, no. So, first of all, the only reason that China hasn't engaged in open warfare recently is because they don't maintain the geopolitical power to contest us on a global scale. They're quickly getting there. Second of all, China has engaged in every bit as much ruthless soft power and economic imperialism as the United States of America. Right now in Southeast Asia, in Africa, in Eastern Europe, and in Latin America, China is currently doing this exact same shit that we did to those regions and to other regions. They're using capitalism as a bludgeon to try and bring those countries under their heel. China invests in diplomacy. You can't say China invests in diplomacy while it's a literal autocratic state that censors the internet, has social credit points, and ostracizes or even arrests people who are critical of the government. You can't do that, okay? You like, holy shit, fuck you, dude. No, seriously, dude, holy fucking shit. Guys, you can hate America and also realize that China is really bad. Why can't we just recognize the issues here are state power and capitalism? We stop. I just got an email about this right before stream. I read it was fucking stupid there too. Dude, China isn't that bad. Did you know America does bad things? It's every single fucking time. It's the same fucking arguments, dude. Stop, okay? Yes, America's bad. China's also bad. I'm not playing fucking pachinko in which country I want to end up like having win, okay? States are the power. Authority is the power. Capitalism is the power that we should be opposing. You can't like, God. China engages in diplomacy and invests. How can a socialist possibly use the term invest on a geopolitical level and not recognize they're defending the same thing they impugn America for? Dude, America just does imperialism. China invests in the countries it's interested in. Like, okay, dude, sure. Imperialism with Chinese characteristics. Yeah, I'm sorry. Dude, the IMF and the World Bank use economic leverage to force countries into neoliberal governments, which are make favorable economic decisions towards the countries that leverage their power against them. But by the way, what China's doing in Africa right now is an excellent example of how China is working to build a pan-national proletarian state. You know, like, okay. Nathan Polhemus with the $20. When she said Morgan Freeman doesn't experience racism, that's when I stopped thinking she knew what she was talking about. Yeah, I should have called her out in the unironic class reductionism right there. The moment she actually said that, I should have fucking, I should have gone in really hard right there. But then you people in chat would have been like, oops, bad optics. You spoke loud against a woman. Freakadelic and Lechenlik, thank you both very much for the $5, comrade. I really appreciate it. And Sake Tanuki, the $10. A girl in 10th grade asked me what my dick size was, and when I estimated, she said, yeah, I'd suck that. I was too big of an idiot then to realize the innuendo. Oh, the insinuatio. Were you, like, deaf? Jesus, I don't think I've ever missed a signal that hard. I mean, I've had my moments, but, like, holy shit. But you guys, don't you hate it when you're in high school? You're a dude, you're in high school, and a girl walks up and she's like, "How big's your dick?" And you're like, "Oh, well, this is how big it is." She's like, "Wow, hey, can I see it?" And she pushes you in the bathroom and goes down on her knees and pulls your dick out. And she's like, "Wow, that looks pretty nice in person." Starts sucking on it, and she's like, "Put your hand on my head." And then you do that, and you nut in her throat, and then afterwards she's like, "Hey, hope I can do this again for you later." And she walks away, and you're like, was that a signal? Or, wait, hold on. I don't want to be presumptuous here. Was it, she could have just been thirsty? That happened to me. Yeah, dude, it happens all the time, you know? It's just these signals out here, they're hard to read, you know? Have to work now to die. Miss you, buddy. I miss you too, Patrick Miller. Godspeed. Stay strong, okay? I leave plenty of content for you in your wake. I hope so, Aurora. Pantman, talking to Dr. K would be pretty fun, but he wouldn't be able to do it on stream because I'm banned. Also, I don't know how psychological I want to get here. So passing with the $10, can we just get a hot, sweaty stream about kink? I know it's far, far down the list of priorities, but I'm thirsty and gooey. I know, you're all thirsty and gooey. I'm not that kinky, like, at all. My kinks, I like huge dicks, and I like promiscuity, and I like casual sex, and I like societies oriented around these general principles, at least, like, or societies that are permissive of them, not so much oriented around them. But I don't really like submissive or domination stuff that much. Can I do a kink education? Yeah, you can do it if you want. You're more informed than I am. I've not heard about Idol's LSD trail, so thank you, comrade. Radical Autism with the $50. Thank you so much, my dude. This dono is just an excuse for Vosh to say beta male. Thank you so much for your 50 beta bucks. Beta bucks. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate it. It's really kind of you. I'd be able to thank you more eloquently, except my brain is literally frying, and we're only 3 donations away from the end, so we're going to have to... Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate it. Guys, don't donate to me next stream. You guys have actually over-donated this stream. I'm sorry. Let me just check. Let me double check. Yeah, you guys over donated the stream. You fucked up. Okay, you don't need to do that again. Okay, just don't. Okay, you don't need to. All right, just next stream. Next stream. Don't worry about it. Okay. You know you can turn off donations. Hey, I'm running a business here. Okay. Sake at the $10. I just find a lot of the furry community unimaginative. Nobody takes any mythological accommodation for personas in a community supposedly priding imagination. That's the truest thing I've ever heard, motherfucker. That's fucking true. That's fucking true. That's true. It's all the same fucking dog wolf head. You know? All werewolves and foxes, baby. Or just wolves, I guess. Very true. There aren't enough bird personas. Do you think it's harder for socialists and commies to argue from policy because there's not enough political efficacy to support your positions? Yeah, it's always going to be easy to make policy arguments if your policy has been borne out in data, which can only be done if there's pre-existing like examples of that shit being done. And usually in your country. China stands as super cringe. True, Noise and Noise. And Cyberwolf with the $10. I may be a disgusting lib, but I think you're a great person. Hope you keep pushing through the BS. No worries, comrade. We do lib, soak dem, tanky, not tanky. We do everyone unity here, okay, baby? We're all together in this. All right, and we're done. Please, no more. All right, good night, everyone, or goodbye, or what the fuck ever. Okay. Yeah, don't donate next time. We're good. I got enough. That's enough. We're all good. Goodbye.